All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the ITRC. It's almost as if a new tournament starts today. We've made our cut to the top 16 players for double elimination match play competition. Bowlers are paired up on each pair of lanes. We'll be bowling a 3-game match, total pins advances. We do ask that when your match is finished, please return your recaps to the bracket board. The winners, please return those recaps. And everybody just check out the bracket board to see what your next lane assignment is as the matches move along this morning. The higher seed will choose the starting lane, so keep that in mind during practice. And we allow 2 re-racks per game. If you need more than that, please ask for tournament management. And you can alter the surface of your ball up until the start of the competition. And we're going to give you 10 minutes of warm-up here to get the day started. Get everybody loose. 10 minutes when your lanes come on, ladies.
That's why I was like, we didn't want to make me try. I'm working on not all right.
Good morning. Welcome to our live coverage of the USBC Senior Queens here on Bold TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're live at the International Training and Research Center, getting ready to get started here with our first round of matches. We've got a good one for you here to kick things off. Robin Romeo versus Anne-Marie Dugan, a couple of Hall of Famers getting ready to do battle in the 3-game total pinfall match. Again, it is double elimination, so the winners of these first-round matches have an easier path to making the 4-player stepladder final. The losers will head into the losers portion of the bracket. We also have a camera on top seed Char Hamill as she takes on Terry Ward. So we'll keep eyes on that match as it progresses, as Char starts off with a strike. So here's Anne-Marie Dugan, a familiar face to a lot of you out there who are bowling fans. Anne-Marie bowled on the Professional Women's Bowling Association Tour for a long time. Made the Queen's Show just a few years ago. And trying to make a run at a Senior Queens title here this week. Anne-Marie starts off with a strike. There's Terry Ward, our first look at her today. First frame leaves the 2-8. Now Robin Romeo has been bowling quite well lately. In fact, last night she won the Triple Crown shootout for a $1,000 bonus prize. She won the Senior U.S. Women's Open earlier this year and trying to pick up another major victory in the Senior Women's Circuit here this week at the Senior Queens as she starts with a strike as well. As we're getting started early on here this morning, would appreciate it if you'd click the like button right below the video you're watching. There's a big thumbs up and a like. Click that and it'll give you the option to share our live streaming on Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. So please click like and share the broadcast so we can build the audience here. And also, don't forget, we're giving away 2 Storm bowling balls in cooperation with the Senior Queens. Storm is a great sponsor of the Senior Queens, so we are giving away 2 bowling balls to a lucky winner. Your choice of any Storm bowling ball. If you go to our USBC Facebook page, you will see the status that we posted this morning, and that has the link to the contest, the giveaway. And announce that winner after match play concludes tomorrow, after the Stepladder finals tomorrow here on Bowl TV. Thank you very much. Don Monroe, he says he liked and shared on Facebook and Twitter. Appreciate that very much. Hopefully we can get some more folks watching here this morning. Anne-Marie Dugan goes high. Look at that. Mixes it up for the strike. That is a double to start for her. She takes a very early 10-pin lead in the 3-game match. Char Hamill. A little bit to the left of the head pin there on that shot, and she still leads by 1 with a spare. All 16 players who are left in the field are bowling in this first round as Anne-Marie leaves the 10-pin. We're using 16 lanes here at the ITRC, and we've got 16 players who advance to the bracket, so everybody is in this round. There's 5 rounds of matches today. And that will determine our final 4 for the 4-person stepladder finals tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Anne-Marie Dugan leads by 9, but look at this. She misses a 10-pin. So her lead is now gone. And if Robin Romeo strikes, she can take a 3-pin lead. Here's Romeo. Oh, Greek Church. Count's going to hurt. So Anne-Marie's going to hold on to the lead here, despite missing the 10-pin. Terry Ward trails by 2 against Char Hamill. See if Romeo can rebound after the Greek Church. Looks better. So she is down by 14 early on here in this match. Appreciate everybody joining us here this morning at the ITRC for the Senior Queens bracket. Anne-Marie Dugan with a strike. Again, Anne-Marie Dugan versus Robin Romeo, our featured match here in this opening round. A couple of Hall of Famers going at it. Robin from California. Anne-Marie Dugan from Edmond, Oklahoma. About a 3-hour drive, 3.5-hour drive from Arlington here. An opportunity here for Anne-Marie Dugan to extend her lead, but unfortunately she misses the head pin to the right, leaves the 1-2-4. She still leads by 14, however, as they approach the halfway point of game 1. Marie covers up the spare. Let's take a look at Char Hamill here. An opportunity for her to take a 12-pin lead with a strike here in the 4th. She leads by 2 right now. That's not going to get back to the head pin. Leaves the 1-2-4. Jonathan wants to know about how long match play will last. We should be all done by probably about 5:30 Eastern time. So we got about 8 hours worth of coverage for you here today on Bowl TV. And then the Stepladder is tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. Again, thanks to those of you who are just tuning in this morning. Please click the like button right below the video, and that'll give you the option to share this content on Twitter, Facebook, Google+. Let everybody know, get the word out that we are live streaming this great matchup between Hall of Famers Robin Romeo and Anne-Marie Dugan. Right now it's still a 14-pin lead for Anne-Marie Dugan after 5 frames. Again, it is a 3-game total pinfall match, so they still have 25 frames to go. Anything can happen. Here's top seed Char Hamill, 2010 Senior Queens champion. She leads by 2 against Terry Ward as they get ready to step up in the 5th frame. Cole Basinger wants to know, how do I know if I entered right? I assume talking about the Storm bowling ball giveaway. If you click on that link for the giveaway, it'll tell you how many entries you have in the giveaway. You can earn entries by following us on Twitter, tweeting about the Senior Queens, liking us on Facebook, many different ways to get your entry into that giveaway for 2 Storm bowling balls. And you can find the link to that giveaway on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC. Sixth frame for Anne-Marie Dugan. It's a little bit better shot. And she gets a strike and leads by 15 pins now. 4 frames to go here in game 1. Look for Kegling. Says hello and thank you for the streaming. You're welcome and good morning. Thank you for tuning in. Keith says he's good luck for Robin Romeo, rooting for you. So I'm pretty sure that Robin appreciates your support, Keith. Anne-Marie trying to get a double. I don't think we've seen a double in this one yet. I'll take that back. Anne-Marie started with a double. That's been it. She leaves the 10 pin on that shot. Anne-Marie did make the spare. Here's Shar. Trying to get a double. She has not struck on the right lane yet. And this time she does. And she leads by 3 now. Terry Ward had thrown a double to take the lead, but Shar has just taken it back. Expect some great matches here throughout the day. It's a strong final 16 who have made it into match play. We've got a full day of coverage here for you on Bowl TV today. Let's go over to Shar Hamill. She struck every time on this left lane and trying to keep it going. And she gets another one. Takes a 13-pin lead. That is the largest lead either player has had in this matchup. Robin Romeo looking for her first double of the match. Leaves the 10-pin. It's Terry Ward in the 7th. Almost left a 210, but just left the 2-pin. Well, while we wait for Robin to go, here's a long-distance look at the scoreboard shot for Anne-Marie Dugan on the left and Robin Romeo on the right, just to give you an idea of where it stands here in this first game. You can see that it's still a 15-pin lead for Anne-Marie Dugan. Pin for Dugan. It's going to be a real close match, I think. It's probably going to come down to the back half of Game 3, the way it's looking. Terry Ward, 8th frame. And Marie covers up the spare to maintain her lead. She did miss a 10-pin earlier on in this game. It cost her about 11 pins. And you're watching the USBC Senior Queens Match Play presented by Storm. Thank you very much to Storm, the Bowlers Company, for their sponsorship of the USBC Senior Queens. And Marie strikes in the 9th. Here is Shar. She leaves a 2-4-5. That right lane continues to give her trouble. Looks like Anne-Marie Dugan's max scored 216. The best that Robin Romeo can shoot is 212. Sorry, is 202. 202. Here's Robin. She gets a strike. Again, Robin Romeo has not doubled here in this game. Entering the 10th frame. Well, Chan says, Lucas, great job. Thanks for the streaming. What's the oil pattern? It is just a 39-foot pattern, about 4.5 to 1 ratio, so it is not a sport pattern, but not quite a house shot either. Tenth frame for Romeo, trying desperately to get a double here in this game, and this is an opportunity right here. And the 10-pin doesn't go, so she's going to be in the 180s with the spare. 182 now her max, and Anne-Marie Dugan will have a chance to take a pretty sizable lead going into game 2. Again, Anne-Marie Dugan can still shoot 216 this game. And if she does that, she'd have a 34-pin lead going into game 2. Fill ball here for Robin Romeo in game 1. Does get a strike for 182. Dugan delivers a great strike here in the 10th frame. It's back-to-back strikes for Anne-Marie Dugan. She's looking to add to that tally here in the 10th frame. Terry Ward, 10th frame, gets a strike. Anne-Marie trying to get the second one of the 10th, didn't like it, crosses over, carries it for the strike at 3 in a row. She doesn't like it, but she'll take it. And that's going to put her in the 2 teens and put her up by more than 30 going into game 2. Terry Ward just threw the first one of the 10th, we saw that, her max 216. Char Hamill can still shoot 225 here in this game. Ten-pin lead for Terry Ward. Oh, a little messenger action there for Anne-Marie Dugan as she shoots 216. Miss 10 was on a fill, so 205 for Terry Ward. Char Hamill. She strikes out here in the 10th. She can take a 20-pin lead into game 2. That right lane has been tough for her. Now she'll have to settle to be tied going into the second game. Anne-Marie Dugan starting off game 2 with a strike. Robin Romeo also struck to start the game. That one got away from Anne-Marie a little bit. Leaves the 6-10. Carol Jones leads Tish Johnson by 36 pins after the first game. Dana Miller-Mackey up 47 on Yolanda Garrett. Wilson leads Willett by 32 as Anne-Marie misses the 6-10. Well, that's a double for Robin Romeo, and look out, Anne-Marie Dugan, because it looks like Robin Romeo might be ready to play here. Anne-Marie missed that spare in the second, so things tightening up very quickly here in this 3-game match. Char Hamill and Terry Ward did tie at 205 in the first game, as Robin Romeo starts with the front 3. Defending champion Paula Haddad is in some trouble. She's down, looks like 60 pins after the first game to Johnson. Anne-Marie gets back on track with a strike there in the third. So you remember that Anne-Marie had a 34-pin lead coming into this game. Guess what? She only leads by 2 right now. Shar Hamill, top seed, has her hands full here with the number 16 seed, Terry Ward. They are even coming into this game, and Shar with a split in the first. See if Shar can make a run at it here. No, it is an open frame for Shar Hamill in the first. She falls behind by 11 against Terry Ward. Robin Romeo trying to stay perfect, front three. Now the Anne-Marie Dugan is suddenly in a lot of trouble here because Robin Romeo just took the lead in the match. It only took 4 frames for Anne-Marie Dugan's 34-pin lead to disappear and flip the other way. Robin Romeo with the front 5 here. Anne-Marie Dugan now suddenly in a lot of trouble. It's a better shot from Anne-Marie right there. Seems to be okay on that right lane. It seems like the left lane is the one that's giving her some trouble because she's thrown 3 strikes on the right lane, but none on the left this game. She's down by, looks like 18 pins in the match as we approach the halfway point. Actually, we are at the halfway point of this match. Anne-Marie looking for a double, trying to make a statement here, and she does. What a great shot there by the Hall of Famer. Robin Romeo of 18, working on the front 5, can make it a 28-pin lead with a strike right here. Folks, she is dialed in right now. Not a great first game, but all of a sudden, Robin Romeo has found it. She didn't throw a double in the first game, but now she has the front 6. How about that? Check in with Terry Ward over here. They're in the 3rd frame of game 2. Terry Ward leads the match by 11 pins. But guess what? That lead just went away, and Shar Hamill is going to jump into the lead. Here is Romeo with the front 6. Got another one. Front 7. She now leads by 38 pins. That puts all the pressure here on Anne-Marie Dugan. You have to feel like these are some must-strike opportunities here from Anne-Marie Dugan, even though it's about halfway through the match. She can't let Robin pull too far ahead. If Anne-Marie Dugan strikes on her next 2 shots here, she'll cut that deficit back down to 18. Struck every time on this lane this game. Gets another one. Looked like she pulled it a little bit high, but it still struck. That is 3 in a row for Anne-Marie Dugan. Let's see if I can do some math here, figure out exactly where this match stands. It looks like Anne-Marie is now within 18, so the strike here would get her to within 8. When a ring 10 ends the string at 3 in a row. By the way, Char Hamill continues to struggle here on this right lane. She leaves the 2-7-8. It looked like she was going to have an opportunity to take the lead in the match, but she'll have to make that to take the lead. Wow, Anne-Marie almost missed another 10-pin on that left lane. See if Char can make it. Great spare. She does. Takes a 3-pin lead. Robin Romeo front 7. Trying to keep it going. Big opportunity to extend the lead here after Anne-Marie left that 10. And Robin mixes up the light hit for the strike. Now a 29-pin lead for Robin Romeo. Ten-pin ends the string at 8. So with the spare, she'll still lead by 28, and Anne-Marie Dugan has to be breathing a sigh of relief back in her chair because Robin was threatening to run away with this thing. And for those of you wondering, the brackets will be updated after each round on bowl.com. Looks like Terry Ward is going to go first here. Terry Ward trailing by 2 in this match as they are in the 4th frame of game 2. She comes up light, leaves the 2-5. Anne-Marie Dugan just left a stone cold 8-pin. Anne-Marie still trails by 29. 8th frame of game 2. Spare is good for Terry Ward, and she trails by 2 pins. 16 frames to go. That match, probably the slowest of all the matches that are in progress. Anne-Marie Dugan, 10th frame. She's going to have a real similar score to what she had the first game. Shot 216 the first game. She can strike out here for 216. Problem is Robin Romeo can shoot 279. Appreciate everybody tuning in here this morning. Please click the like button right below the video you're watching and give us the thumbs up and share our broadcast today on Facebook and Twitter so that we can get more folks to tune in. Appreciate it if you just click that like button and it'll give you an option to share it on Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. And speaking of Facebook, don't forget to go over to our Facebook page and enter the giveaway for 2 free Storm bowling balls. Facebook.com/USBC. You'll see the status we posted this morning has the link in it to the giveaway. We'll be announcing that winner tomorrow. 206 for Anne-Marie Dugan. That gives her 412 for the first 2 games. Char Hamill continues to struggle on this right lane. It's her 3rd consecutive split on that lane. And she has fallen into a 12-pin hole. Here is Robin Romeo. Robin comes up light on that one, leaves the 2-pin. Be sure to tune in for the Stepladder Finals tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Here at the Senior Queens, the top 4 bowlers will advance to the Stepladder. We'll have live coverage for you here on Bowl TV. Char Hamill with a strike in the 6th. Again, she trails now by 12 against Terry Ward. Top seed in some trouble here in the first round. Robin Romeo can shoot 268 if she strikes here on the fill, and she does. Here's a long distance look at the scoreboard for those two. Anne-Marie Dugan on the left, Robin Romeo on the right. You can see it was a big game for Robin Romeo. She shoots 268. A 450 to 412 lead for Robin Romeo. So Robin Romeo flipped it. She was down 34 going into the game, and now she's up 38. Anne-Marie knows she's got to get it going here this game if she wants to mount the comeback. She starts things off by kicking the 10 out. Terry Ward with a spare in the 6th. A very low scoring match here between these two, as Terry Ward leads by 12. Robin Romeo, first frame. Sorry, 422. Thank you very much for the correction. Anne-Marie Dugan, 422. It's a little far away from me, so it's actually a 28-pin lead for Robin Romeo. You guys can see better than I can when I put the scoreboard up on the screen. Romeo's second frame comes up light, leaves the bucket. Terry Ward, another spare. She leads by 11 over Char Hamill. And they are only in the 7th frame of game 2, so they are way behind everybody else here. Carol Jones leads Tish Johnson by 24 pins going into the last game. Dana Miller-Mackey is going to be up by over 100 going into the last game against Yolanda Garrett. Good spare there for Robin Romeo. Anne-Marie Dugan trailing by 28. Working on a strike. Actually can cut it to 18 with a strike right here. Oh, look at the 4 go a little bit late. That's just what she needs here in this final game to mount the comeback. Needs breaks like that. Anne-Marie Dugan trying to keep it perfect this game. 3 for 3, and guess what? She's within 8 pins of Robin Romeo now. What a roller coaster battle this has been. The momentum clearly has shifted in the favor of Anne-Marie Dugan here in this third and deciding game. This will decide the winner. Again, it's 3 games total pinfall. If for some reason they were to finish tied after 3 games, there is a 1-game deciding game to determine the winner. As Robin Romeo leaves the single pin, so that now knocks another pin off her lead. Char Hamill with a spare. Char down by 12 with 12 and a half frames to go. Great match here on Bowl TV between Robin Romeo and Anne-Marie Dugan, the Hall of Famers, battling it out. Only 7 frames to go. Robin Romeo leads by 7 pins. Remember, Robin Romeo left the bucket on the left lane last frame. Let's see if she makes an adjustment here. Working on a spare, yanks it, and leaves the 6 pin. She now leads by 6. Every time she leaves a single pin on a spare, it knocks a pin off that lead. Eventually, that lead's going to be gone at this rate. Robin Romeo still clinging to that 6-pin lead, but Anne-Marie Dugan can take the lead if she strikes here on this next shot in the 4th frame. Anne-Marie can go up by 4 if she strikes right here. Great match. Here it is. Gets the light mixer to carry. Anne-Marie Dugan has now taken a 4-pin lead with 6 frames to go. Terry Ward just left the 2-4-5-7 in the 9th. She leads Char Hamill, the top seed, by 7 pins. Bob wants to know about other bowlers. We pick a featured match each round, and this is the featured match. As Anne-Marie Dugan, with the front 5 now jumps out to a 14-pin lead. And kind of looking across the center, it is probably going to be the first match to finish. I think it is, besides the Char Hamill Terry Ward match, the most competitive match out there. at this stage. Anne-Marie Dugan up by 14. Robin Romeo trying to get something going, and she does with a strike in the 5th. A lot of matches going on here at one time. A little bit difficult to keep tabs on all of them. I can tell you that Mandy Wilson leads by 89 pins against Willett. Dana Miller-Mackey leads by about 130 on Yolanda Garrett. Here's Robin Romeo looking for a double to cut the deficit back down to 4. Leaves the 10 pin. Johnson leads Vedad by 36 pins going into the final game. Vedad, the defending champion here in this tournament. So Paul Vedad in some trouble with a game to go. Anne-Marie Dugan stepping up on the approach. She's got the front 5. Leading by 14 in the match, half a game to go. Gets another one. Front 6 for Anne-Marie Dugan. She's up 24 now. See Char Hamill shooting the 3.610. She's only going to shoot in the 160s this game, and she's going to be in a lot of trouble. Anne-Marie trying to keep it going. Goes high. Leaves what looks like the 6.9. That'll end her string. Robin Romeo breathing a sigh of relief on the bench back here. She knew that if Anne-Marie kept striking, she was going to be in a lot of trouble. And Anne-Marie finally slows down, and this is trouble. Oh, wow. She keeps pulling that spare ball on that left lane for some reason. Does hold on to get the conversion. Take a look at the scoreboard real quick for that Anne-Marie Dugan, Robin Romeo match. Anne-Marie on the left side, Robin Romeo on the right. Remember that Robin entered this game up by 28. Robin with a strike. Robin Romeo down by 12. And we've got 3 frames left. Looking for a double, can cut the deficit to 2. And she does. Robin Romeo only trails by 2 pins now all of a sudden. This has been a match of momentum, and right now the momentum has shifted in Robin Romeo's favor with just a few frames to go. Terry Ward, she steps up to final shot in the 10th, has doubled here in the 10th frame. She will hold a 22-21, make a 20-pin lead on Char Hamill going into the final game. Here's Anne-Marie Dugan. Great shot. Strikes in the 8th. Now, Anne-Marie will bowl here in the 9th, and Robin Romeo will step up and finish the match first. This is a critical shot here for Anne-Marie Dugan. Really needs a strike right here. Oh, the light 7 doesn't go. Really hard to carry the light 7 in this place. And she does not get the strike. Robin Romeo is going to have a chance to step up and shut her out and win the match. Anne-Marie makes the spare. Take a look at the scoreboard. You can see Anne-Marie Dugan on the left, Robin Romeo on the right. Anne-Marie can strike out for 258 this game. That would give her 680. Robin Romeo can strike out for 238. That would give her 688. So Robin Romeo needs a strike here in the 9th and 2 in the 10th for the shutout, if my math is right. Oh, wow. Can you believe it? It's an 8-pin. A cold stone 8. What a brutal time for something like that. Anne-Marie Dugan sitting in the back, just shaking her head. She can't believe it. Wow, what a turn of events right there. Robin makes the spare. Let's go back to the scoreboard here. You can see Anne-Marie on the left. Looks like about a 13-pin lead for Anne-Marie going into the 10th frame. Because Robin had a 28-pin lead coming in, and Anne-Marie with a 41-pin advantage this game. So that would be 13-pin advantage for Anne-Marie Dugan going into the 10th. So Robin Romeo desperately looking for a double here in the 10th frame. Great match here between these Hall of Famers in the first round of the Senior Queens. Oh, and that's going to do it. Greek Church. Anne-Marie Dugan's going to win it. Wow. Second Greek Church of the match for Robin Romeo. She left to win the first game as well. Great match. Came down to the final couple of frames, and ultimately it was that 8-pin in the pocket by Robin Romeo that put a halt to her bid to win this match. Robin shoots 190 in the final game. And has already been determined. And Anne-Marie Dugan will stay alive in the winner's bracket. Robin Romeo headed to the contenders bracket. See if we can find another match here that's a little closer. I think I've got one in mind for us. Make some adjustments here real quick for you. First off, let's watch Terry Ward here. Spare double this game for Terry. She leads by 20 coming into this game, but Char Hamill has started with 3 in a row. So Terry now leads by just 9 pins after that single pin lead. We flip the camera over to now see Carol Jones versus Tish Johnson. What is a relatively close match here with 2 frames to go. Carol Jones leads by 24 on Tish. And they're both working on spares. And Carol Jones very lucky to just leave an 8-pin on that shot. That could have been a lot worse. Looks like Christy Witcher defeats Carol Teal. Dana Miller-Mackey is going to beat Yolanda Garrett. Jones with the spare here in the 9th. And really, if Tish wants to have any chance, she's got to strike out here in the 9th and the 10th and hope for a little help. This is the 9th frame for Tish Johnson. And she leaves a 7-pin. You can tell from her reaction that she knows that it is now virtually over. Meanwhile, in this one, Char Hamill has left that 2-7-8 for the second time in this match. Trying to convert the spare again. She made it earlier, makes it again. She's down by 12 with 6 frames to go. All right, we're going to make another switch here since looks like Tish is going to lose. And we're going to get a camera on Paula Vidal in her bid for a come-from-behind win here against Johnson. Char lucky to get the 10 out on that one. Here is Paula Vidal. Leaves the single pin. Paula enters this game down by 36, but has made up 23 pins this game. So she's down by 13 now. With about 5.5 frames to go. Lilia Johnson working on a strike here. Can turn it into a double. extend her lead right here. Got it. Look at the reaction there. Terry Ward just missed the 10 pin, but guess what? Char Hamill also missed a makeable spare in the 5th. Terry Ward still leads by 13 with 5 frames to go. Another strike for Lilia Johnson. 3 in a row, and she has now taken back control of that match. So the defending champion on the ropes here in the first round. She's going to need a lot more of those down the stretch here. Paula Vidal is now down by 33 pins with 3 frames to go, and Johnson stringing strikes. So a big shot here for Paula Vidal. Gets the strike. She's hanging in there, down by 23 now. 3.5 frames left. Sorry, 2.5 frames left. Here's Char Hamill. Very tight match here with Terry Ward. Good shot for Char. Still down by 13. She can get it to single digits if she can strike again. Little Lilia Johnson trying to keep going. Another strike for Lil. That is 4 in a row. 2 frames left. Johnson leads by 33 pins with 2 frames left. Another round of matches will be coming up immediately following the conclusion of this round. Here's Char in the 7th, working on a strike, a chance to get to within 3, and she does. It's been a tough match for Char Hamill. Johnson can pretty much put the match away with a strike right here. Oh, wow, the 4 collapses into the 9 for the strike. And that looks like it'll be a winner for Lil Johnson. Terry Ward just left a 2 pin. Paula strikes again, but it's just too little too late here. 8th frame. Terry Ward leaves the bucket. And Paula Vidal does not strike for a shot in the 10th. Lil Johnson will win the match. Terry Ward trying to convert the bucket. Oh boy, open frame, and now Char Hamill has the lead. Char Hamill a chance to really pick up a little bit of a cushion going into the final couple of frames if she can strike right here. Got it. Great shot. So Char Hamill now in control after struggling much of this match. She's now up by 23 pins going into the final couple of frames. Johnson, another strike for her. She has bowled great. She's going to shoot over, looks like she might shoot over 700 here in this set against Paula Vidal. Char Hamill gets another one that is 4 in a row, and she has found it here down the stretch. Leads by 33, frame and a half left. Mandy Wilson, an easy win over Willett. Terry Ward trying to hang in there, but she's not going to have enough against Char Hamill, it looks like. As we watch Lil Johnson close things out here, she's going to shoot 693 with spare. All right, let's make it 692. She went 692 to 649 over Paula Vidal. And here's Terry Ward. Really has to strike out to have any shot here. Gets the first one. If she strikes out, she'd shoot 201. That would give her 591 for the 3-game set for Char Hamill to shoot 222 to win. Char Hamill goes... Well, let's see here. Char Hamill can strike out for 254. So Char Hamill would need a mark. Oh, great shot. Brutal break, leaves the 7 and just about does it, folks. Another round of matches coming up right after this one. It's going to be a full house again. All 16 players are back, but we will have 8 in the winner's bracket and 8 in the elimination portion of the bracket. So the next round we will lose 4 players. Char going to be the The last one to finish up here. Strikes again. It's 5 in a row. So we'll have one more shot to go here. So that is the end of round 1, 612 to 580. Char Hamill survives against Terry Ward. And we will get geared up for round 2 here. Should get started in just a couple of minutes with practice. They're going to work on getting all the names put into the system. So that we can get them on for practice for the second round of matches. Looks like it might be another battle of Hall of Famers. Robin Romeo and Lucy Sandlin is what I'm looking to see.
2 minutes report to your starting lane.
That's what I'm seeing here. I got a 2-minute warning before they get started here. Should have the bracket updated pretty soon here on bowl.com, so be on the lookout for that. Does look like Robin Romeo and Lucy Sandlin are going to bowl each other. That should be a fantastic matchup. That is going to be an elimination match. So we're going to lose at least one Hall of Famer in this round.
Don't watch me, I wonder.
All right, ladies, please report to your starting lanes. Just one extra announcement here, as bowlers aren't being eliminated for the rest of the day, Brian says they'll have checks out to us in about a half hour after the round is complete. Other than that, ball surface can be altered up until the start of the competition this round. And just a reminder, you get 2 re-racks per game. If you need them, if you need a third, then by the tournament manager. 2 re-racks per game. If you need. And since everyone is already loose here, we're going to give you 5 minutes for this round. 5 minutes of warm-up, the lanes are coming up. Higher seed will choose starting lane.
All right, 5 minutes of practice, and then we will get started with round number 2. Got Christy Witcher versus Dana Miller-Mackey. Will be one of our featured matches here in this round. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes as they get done with practice.
Do we need any heroes reverse? Higher Steve gets choice of starting lane.
I was 14 today. Oh, okay. Then it's up to you. You said no higher.
All right, so our second round of matches are now underway. Brackets are updated on bull.com if you want to check that out. Matchups in the winner's bracket. Watching Christy Witcher versus Diana Miller-Mackey. It's going to be our featured match. The other winner's bracket matches are Shar Hamill versus Lilia Johnson, Anne-Marie Dugan versus Sharon Powers, and Carol Jones versus Mandy Wilson. In the elimination bracket, Terry Ward versus Paula Vidal, Robin Romeo versus Lucy Sandelin, Carol Teal versus Yolanda Garrett, and Tish Johnson versus Deborah Willett. Diana Miller-Mackey starts things off with a strike, the Hall of Famer from out west. We're also going to keep an eye on this Sandelin versus Romeo matchup in the elimination portion of the bracket. Again, these are two Hall of Famers going at it again here. We saw Robin lose to Hall of Famer Anne-Marie Dugan in the first round. Now she has to take on Lucy Sandelin, so not a very easy road here for Robin Romeo. Here's Christy Witcher. She's already down by 10 early on here. Rings a 10-pin. As Lucy converts the 2-4-5. Third frame. Christie pulls it high, leaves a 3-6-10. She has fallen behind a little bit here against Dana Miller-Mackey early on in this matchup. Three spares to start things off for Witcher. Robin Romeo with a strike. She's down by 3 and after 2.5 frames. Dana Miller-Mackey trying to stay perfect here. Third frame. Trips out that 6-pin. Sandelin leaves a 2-4-10 in the third, so Robin Romeo has taken over the lead by 11 pins. Here's Dana Miller-Mackey. And Dana dialed in here early on against Witcher. Front 4 for Dana Miller-Mackey. Trying to put a double on the board here, but that's way right. Leaves the washout. 1-2-4-10. So it looks like Christy Witcher's in some trouble early on here. No doubles through 5 frames for Christy, and Dana Miller-Mackey has the front 4. Take a look over at Robin Romeo. It's a double for her. She opens up a 21-pin lead on Lucy Sandelin. Dana trying to keep it going here. It's a good shot. I think that Dana Miller-Mackey may have a very good day here today. There are a lot of lefties in the field, but she may be the only one that made it to match play. I don't remember seeing any other left-handers out there. That may bode well for Dana Miller-Mackey. Looks very strong early on here. She shot 699 in the first round. Wow. Very tough. That 699 may have been the highest tally in the building. First round, it looks like it was. And actually, Christy Witcher had 698. So these two players both had very strong opening rounds. Christy with a strike in the 6th frame, but she is down by, let's see here, 66 pins already. And we are just in the 6th frame of game 1. Lucy Sandelin can throw a strike here to cut the deficit for her down to 10. And does not get that 7 to go. And the 7 pin is hard to carry here. Witcher gets a double. It'll cut the deficit down to 56, but Dana Miller-Mackey is rolling early on here. Chris Briggs in the chat was asking earlier how many lanes the ITRC has. Again, we are at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. There are 20 lanes here. 14 are generally used on the training side and 6 on the testing and research side. But there is a wall that can be removed between lanes 14 and 15 to open it up. However, can only use 15 and 16 for the tournament because 17, 18, 19, 20 are all different surfaces. And that is also where Earl, the bowling robot, lives. He's on 17, 18, 19, 20, so he is not very mobile. So we have 16 lanes available to use for competition and using all 16 of them here for this tournament. Dana Miller-Mackey front 7, trying to keep it going here. Looks like it's a little in. Yeah, but gets the 6 to fall late. Front 8 for Dana Miller-Mackey. So Christy Witcher is in a lot of trouble early on in this one. Down by 76 now. And a ring 10 on a double. Robin Romeo just caught the last glimpse of a strike there for her. Wow, my apologies. Yes, Tish is in the field. She's down on 16, so she's out of the out of my view right now. So yeah, 2 lefties in the field. Although Tish lost her first match. Lucy Sandelin, 7th frame, working on a strike. Week 10. She's down by 30 against Robin Romeo. Here's Dana Miller-Mackey with the front 8. Gets another one. Dana Miller-Mackey with the front 9. She's going to have a big lead after this first game. Let's see if she can keep it going here in the 10th frame. 9 in a row for Miller-Mackey. Gets another one, front 10. Get on Facebook, get on Twitter, let everybody know Dana Miller-Mackey has the front 10 here on Bull TV. Could we see something special here? It's been a great game here so far for Dana Miller-Mackey. 10 in a row for the USBC Hall of Famer. Can she make it 11? Got it. We're 1 strike away, folks. What a great performance here in this opening game for Dana Miller-Mackey. 11 consecutive strikes. Dana Miller-Mackey is on the cusp. Live at the Senior Queens, Dana Miller-Mackey with the front 11. Second round of match play. Does she have another? Got it! 300, Dana Miller-Mackey. Our first one of the tournament, and it comes at a great time for Dana Miller-Mackey as she takes a big lead after the first game here in the second round of winners bracket competition. A 300 game for Dana Miller-Mackey. The lefty delivers. What a way to start off second round. Good stuff. I believe that's our first honor score of the week as well. So congrats to Dana on giving us a little excitement here on Bull TV. So Dana Miller-Mackey, 300 to 191. Up 109 pins after one game. What a great way to start the second round. An exciting way to get things warmed up here in match play. Fantastic performance here by the Hall of Famer, Dana Miller-Mackey. Let's see if she can keep it going here. That's 13 in a row. Carolyn says no Wiseman jinx. Way to go, Dana. That's right. The Wiseman jinx not in effect on Dana Miller-Mackey. Lucy Sandelin trying to put a double on the board here in the 10th. She does. So she'll shoot 196 with a strike on the fill. Robin Romeo can shoot 223. Always love calling a 300 game. It's a lot of fun. Had quite a few of them over the years here on Bowl TV, and they never get old. It's always very exciting to see. And always cool when we catch it right on camera on our featured match as well. It's almost like Dana knew that she had a big crowd of folks watching her. And delivered the perfecto for us here. And the question is now, how many can she throw consecutively? She sits at 13. Keep tabs on that. Christy Witcher, who you see there just made the spare, has to think, what can I do here? Always tough when your opponent fires a 300 game at you. So here's Dana Miller-Mackey, second frame now of this second game, leading by more than 110 pins. .300 to 191 first game for Dana. Wow. That is now 14 strikes in a row for Dana Miller-Mackey. Very impressive. Lucy Sandelin has left the bucket here in the first frame. She trails by 5, 200 to 195 after the first game against Robin Romeo. Mandy Wilson leads Carol Jones 212 to 201 after game one. Looks like Tish Johnson with about a 48 pin lead, 46 pin lead after the first game against Willett. Anne-Marie Dugan leads Sharon Powers by 7 pins after the first game. Again, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Queens presented by Storm, the Bowlers Company, here on Bowl TV. Dana Miller-Mackey trying to keep that string of strikes going, and she does. 15 consecutive strikes for Dana Miller-Mackey now. We are watching something special here, folks. And we are in the second game of these matches, 3-game total pinfall matches to determine winners. Here's Robin Romeo in the second. She's up 5 on fellow Hall of Famer Lucy Sandelin. Leaves the 10-pin. And if you're not aware, we are giving away 2 Storm bowling balls to a lucky winner in conjunction with the Senior Queens broadcast here today and tomorrow. We'll be announcing that winner tomorrow afternoon. You can enter on our USBC Facebook page. Just go there and check out the status that we posted a little bit earlier this morning, and has information on the link to click to get entered into that giveaway. So please enter. Might have a chance to win a couple of new Storm bowling balls. Your choice of Storm balls. Heard Christy Witcher, who is the one that's getting steamrolled by Dana Miller-Mackey right now. There's Christy. Came back and she said, if I move a little bit, I leave a 4-pin. If I move the other way, I leave a 10-pin. And she's got 4 single-pin leaves so far this game. So you hate to say that a match is determined after just four frames into the second game, but if there's ever one you could say that about, it is this one. Because Christy Witcher shot 191 the first game and has not struck here in the second game. Dana Miller-Mackey is 15 for 15, if you can believe it. Has not missed in this match. She's getting ready to come up here. I don't know about you, but the anticipation of every shot from Dana Miller-Mackey is fantastic. Just want to know if she can keep it going. So here we go. It's the 4th frame of game 2. Dana Miller-Mackey up on lane 12. Wow, another one, 16 in a row for Dana Miller-Mackey. And I can remember that one of her strikes the first game, she tripped out the 6, but other than that, they all seem like they've been pretty solid. Fifth frame. Looks pretty good. Oh, and it's going to come to an end. It looked maybe just like it was a little bit left. She leaves the 10-pin in the pocket, so that ends the string at 16 consecutive strikes. What a start to this match for Dana Miller-Mackey. 300 and then the front 4 here in game 2. And she is well on her way to a win here in this second round of the winner's bracket. Just to prove that she can still make a spare, Dana covers up the 10-pin, her first spare in a game and a half. There's nothing else for her to clean up out there so far other than that 10-pin. So it's a great run for Dana Miller-Mackey. Oh, geez, add insult to injury here for Christy Witcher. She leaves a pocket 7-10 split, so it's just been a rough go of it here for Christy Witcher. Run into Dana Miller-Mackey, who's just, well, quite honestly, just steamrolling her here. Not much that Christy can do about it. So we'll keep an eye on that one and let you know how Dana Miller-Mackey finishes up this game. Try to turn our attention to some of the other matches here that are close by our cameras. Lucy Sandelin versus Robin Romeo. It's a pretty close match so far. They've just finished up the 4th frame of game 2. And Lucy has a 6-pin lead. Also have a look here at Sharon Powers taking on Anne-Marie Dugan. This is a very close match in the winners bracket. Anne-Marie Dugan with a 7-pin lead coming into game 2, and they have finished 6 frames now here in the second game. And not much has changed. It's still a 6-pin lead for Anne-Marie with 14 frames to go in the match. A little late love on the 7-pin there for Powers. Anne-Marie Dugan, 7th frame. Actually, that strike by Powers gave her a 4-pin lead, now a 5-pin lead with that single-pin lead by Anne-Marie Dugan. So Anne-Marie Dugan down 5 now here in the 7th frame of game 2. Robin Romeo looking to put a double on the board to take the lead against Lucy Sandelin. Leaves the 7-pin. Anne-Marie Dugan leaves the 3-pin in the 8th. Here's Lucy looking for a double to extend her lead. And she gets it. Sandelin strikes in the 5th and the 6th. She now leads by 16. .369 for Sandelin in the 7th. Still up by about 13 pins or so. Haven't seen a lot of shots out of Sharon Powers, so we'll flip over and take a look at her 8th frame attempt here. Looking pretty solid. It's 3 in a row. She defeated Lucy Sandelin in the first round. Yeah, she did. 6:08 to 5:48. Sharon took down past champion in this event, Lucy Sandelin. Carol Jones started with the front 6 and left the 2-4-5. She is beating up on Mandy Wilson right now. Mandy Wilson only 82 in the 6th. So Mandy in some trouble. Down about 70 pins to Carol Jones now. Romeo, 8th frame. It's a double. And Lucy with that missed spare in the 7th now has fallen behind by double digits. Powers with a single pin spare in the 9th. Ends her string of strikes at 3. So she's gone spare, 3-bagger, spare, 3-bagger, spare. So far this game has Sharon Powers. And if she continues that trend and strikes out, she'll shoot 248 this game. Best Anne-Marie Dugan could do if she strikes out is 236 here in game 2. Randy wanted to know about Dana Miller-Mackey. After leaving that 10 pin in the 5th, she left another single pin in the 6th and the 8th. She can shoot 248 this game. Since that match is not terribly close, that's why we're focusing on some of the other ones that are a little bit more competitive at this stage. Anne-Marie strikes in the 9th. Yolanda Garrett leads Carol Teal by about 15, 16 pins with 13 frames to go in the match. Anne-Marie with a double. She can get to 236 this game. It's going to be a pretty tight match going into the final game between Dugan and Powers, it looks like. Question in the chat, how is Tish doing? Well, she just shot 171. Looks like she still is leading in that match. They're finishing up game 2. And looks like Tish is going to be up about 60 or so pins going into the last game. Willett not scoring particularly well here. Anne-Marie Dugan strikes out in the 10th for 236, so she shot 236, 236. Sharon Powers can actually strike out here, take the lead going into last game by about 5 pins or so. She gets the first one in the 10th. So to take the lead in the match right here, Sharon Powers. She got it. So Sharon Powers will have a very small advantage going into game 3. And speaking of close matches, Robin and Lucy also bowling a very tight match. Looks like Robin will probably lead by about 8 pins going into, 8 or 9 pins going into the last game. Sharon Powers 477 to 472. She leads Anne-Marie Dugan by 5. If Lucy strikes on this shot, she will trail by 9 pins going into the last game. Dana Miller-Mackey shot 228 in game 2. And has started game 3 with a double. Don't forget, Stepladder finals here at the Senior Queens will begin tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Top 4 will take part in the Stepladder finals. If you're looking for the bracket, you can find that on bowl.com. bowl.com/Senior Queens. All the information on this event. Robin Romeo with a spare in the first frame. Hall of Famer and future Senior Queens competitor, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, sitting in with us.
Thanks for pointing that out.
We got some good matches going on this round.
Oh my gosh.
Anne-Marie and Sharon Powers are pretty tight, and Robin and Lucy have a pretty close match going on.
Unbelievable. I was watching it. I flipped back and forth. during the first round, and there were a lot of close matches. Let me tell you, these girls, and I call them girls. See, I'm not calling them ladies. They have kept their games really, really up to par. We got some really great competitors out here, and the scores show it. They're spare shooting. They're some of the best spare shooters I've ever seen. So it's pretty exciting.
And did you hear that Dana Miller-Mackey shot 300?
That I did not hear.
Yeah. She shot 300 and followed up with 228. She just missed a 7-pin, so no
I
800.
just gave her the kiss of death on that one.
She's not going to shoot 800, but yeah, shot 300 first game of this round, so it was pretty exciting. And I think that the Anne-Marie Dugan versus Sharon Powers is going to be a real close match down the stretch. Anne-Marie trails by 5 with 8 frames to go.
And the key, I think, too, is there isn't one competitor here that's out of it. You know, if it's a close match, any of them can win.
Anne-Marie beat Robin Romeo in the first round. That was a good match. And now Robin taking on Lucy Sandelin. But here's Anne-Marie. We're working on a double. 3 in a row. And Anne-Marie just turned 50 just not too long ago. I think she's just she actually entered the tournament when she was 49, and then she turned 50 like a month ago or so.
Yeah, September.
Yeah.
Actually, as a matter of fact, her birthday's the same day as Kim Terrell Kearney's, just as an
nice.
FYI.
But not the same year.
Not the same year.
I think they're just, 2 years apart maybe? A couple years apart?
Yeah.
Sharon Powers has bowled very well in this match and leaves the 10, so now Anne-Marie Dugan has taken the lead. You've bowled this format a lot, haven't you, Carolyn, over the years? The Queens, because it's pretty similar. And these 3-game matches, it's always hard to tell which way it's going to go because it could go either way.
It's unbelievable. You know, and the way the lanes transition now, your first 2 games, you could have a great look. I mean, just a great look. And that third game, all of a sudden you're like, how did I shoot 230, 240 my first 2 games? I mean, it's just amazing. And I always felt the Queens format, and for the men it would be the Masters, was one of the most fair. It gave everybody a real good opportunity to be able to compete. Because really, you're bowling yourself. You're just bowling for a cut number.
Yep.
And then once you get into that match play, 3 games, if you get lined up, anybody can win. So I felt it was really one of the most fair formats.
Yeah, it's fair top to bottom.
Absolutely.
You know, for anybody to really have a chance to win. Well, Sharon Powers has left a couple of single pins here in these last 2 frames. Had a 5-pin lead coming into this game, but it has disappeared quickly. And if Anne-Marie can strike up or step up and throw a couple strikes in the 4th and the 5th, she can really take control. Let's flip over to Lucy first, though.
And Lucy's been bowling really well.
Yeah, she actually lost her first round this morning. Got upset in the first round, but no easy task taking on Robin in the losers bracket. So one of the Hall of Famers is going home this round.
But she's been bowling real well. Just came back from, I believe it's Costa Rica.
Yeah.
And just creamed them. I mean, I think it seemed like she won every gold medal every time I read her name. She was, winning. So, but once again, another great student of the game, has kept in shape, kept up with the times, keeps bowling. I mean, and watching her now, you know why she's so competitive.
Let's take a look at Lucy here. I think Lucy would like to get that shot back. Leaves the 6-10. And Anne-Marie struck in the 4th, so she's got the front 4. Looks like she's throwing the lucid. Looks like to me, at least. It's always hard to tell which bowling ball they're throwing from so far away, but I think I saw it. on the side of the ball. Carolyn might know better than I do.
Hard for me to see, too, far down here. But it did look like lucid, to be honest with you.
She leaves the baby split. Oh, wow. Just did make it. Robin Romeo leading by 10 pins. Carolyn, when you're bowling these matches, do you keep up with exactly what the score is, or do you just kind of chug along and try to throw strikes?
I've actually never been a score watcher,
No?
to be honest with you. But you know what? As the bowler, you kind of know. I'm down by roughly 20, or I'm up by 20, and then if I know it's close, of course I do look. But honestly, you know what? Your score should not dictate whether you're getting up there to throw a good shot. Your goal is every time you get on the approach, you want to throw the best shot you can, and if you do, you hope that it strikes and you're going to take the lead.
Oh, Robin not getting much love in the carry department this game. 4-9 spares. But she's still up by 9 pins with 6 frames to go. Anne-Marie leads by 15 against Sharon Powers, who can cut it back to 5 with a strike here. And she does.
There's a lot of PWBA titles and majors out there right now bowling. I can tell you that, and a lot of great international competition.
Yeah, there's a pretty strong field here in match play, for sure. Here's Anne-Marie in the 6th. Good shot. Looks like Tish Johnson is going to win. She will stay alive in the tournament. Mandy Wilson in a lot of trouble against Carol Jones. Dana Miller-Mackey, of course, easily gonna win after shooting that 300 in the first game.
That tends to loosen up the arm swing a little.
She started the match with the front 16.
Nice.
So pretty much was over at that stage.
And really, and I am asking you, of course, I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, which I know you love. But really, if you watch, Dana's right in front of us, so watch her, you're watching her bowl. She's throwing it good.
Yeah, she's throwing great. Yeah, for sure.
I look at that and I'm like, oh my God, you're still throwing it that good? I mean, it's, same thing with Lucy, same thing with Anne-Marie. The girls, and I'm not taking away from anybody else. I'm just talking from the tour experience because it was cut short.
Yeah.
They're still so competitive. And then the ladies, they're like, we're talking about Carol Teal. I mean, these women have great games.
Yep.
Really good games.
Yeah, there are a lot of great senior women bowlers out there.
Yolanda Garrett, great woman bowler from Dallas. Been around a long time. Always, many Queens titles for the state of Texas, and just great bowlers.
Well, Anne-Marie Dugan just missed the bucket in the 7th frame, and she could be in some trouble all of a sudden because there aren't very many frames left, and Sharon Powers is working on a double. And if Sharon steps up here and throws a couple of strikes, she could be on her way. So important to stay in the winner's bracket, too, because you don't want to drop, especially when only a 16-player field in the bracket and 4 make the step ladder. The longer you stay in the winners, the more likely it is you're going to make it into the top 4. Here's Powers. Carry can be pretty tough here sometimes, can't it, Carolyn?
Oh, jeez.
You and I know. We both bowl here a lot.
I think that's the 10 pin I left in the Queens tournament this year like 9 times. Yes, it is. Carry can be tough. It's like any bowling center. Although this is a training facility, pair to pair, a little different. Depends on who you're following. You know, what balls they were using, what surface. I mean, just there's so many things that dictate the carry here.
Sharon Powers makes the 10 pin in the 7th, and so she leads by 8 pins now with 3 frames to go. She had a 5-pin lead coming into this game, and has added 3 pins onto that lead so far this game.
I think she leads by 3. I think
Three
that's
game match. She leads by 3 this game.
Oh, this game.
Yeah.
Is that picking up? Oh, I thought she was down by 3. Sorry. I mean, I thought it was only 3 pins was their difference in the match. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, it was 477 to 472 coming into this game. And here's Sharon. Oh, wow. A pocket 8-10.
That was a good shot, too. She's thrown some really good shots this game.
It's pretty brutal right there. Anne-Marie's looking at the scoreboard and she had her mouth wide open. She can't believe it. And actually, Anne-Marie got real lucky in the first round because Robin Romeo left a stone 8 in the 9th frame that ended up pretty much costing her. She could have shut out Anne-Marie in 8-pin.
So you think it was the 8-pin that cost her? It wasn't the 5-10 pin she left on the left lane
Might
that
have been.
first game when she shot 180? I mean, I was watching, I have to admit, on my computer in my office because I think this is really cool.
It cost her a chance to win the match.
I know, I'm giving you a hard time. But
leaving 2 Greek churches also cost her.
You know, let me tell you, that's a really great point that you bring up. And it would be nice to hear from the viewers on this. Here's a question. You hear a lot of bowlers say, oh, that ring 10 in the 10th cost me. But honestly, if you look back, if it's a 3-game match or a 2-game match, in the first game, did you leave a ring 10 or stone 8 or, on a strike that cost you a double?
Yeah.
Really, at times, it's not really that last shot that costs you.
It's the last one that hurts the most.
It's the one that hurts the most.
But it's the potential mistakes that you made earlier in the match.
Or the carry you didn't have.
Or the carry,
Yeah.
Well, Anne-Marie is now in a pretty decent position here. She just threw a strike in the 8th. She is now up by 7. And if she strikes here in the 9th, she'll go up by 17. Heading into the 10th. That was a big shot. Wow. Tripped out the 4. She knows it was a big shot, too. A chance to be up by 17 going into the 10th. That's a pretty big deal. And to update you on this Robin Romeo-Lucy Sandelin match, Robin has strung 3 strikes together. Lucy missed a makeable spare on the 7th. And so Lucy's in some trouble with just 2.5 frames to go. So really, Sharon Powers has to strike out here in the 9th and the 10th to have any shot. And she gets the strike in the 9th. She can still shoot 223 this game, which would give her 700, which would be higher than any other tally in the first round. So it may not be enough, though. Anne-Marie can strike out for 244. So if Sharon Powers strikes out, that would force Anne-Marie to double, I believe. So let's see what happens. Big shot here for Sharon Powers. Really has to have it. Oh, you don't see those light hits carry too well here sometimes, but she gets that 7 to go down. Trips up the 4-5-7 there, and that was a big shot. One more, she forces Anne-Marie to double, I believe. Or maybe Anne-Marie needs the first one. Let's see. Anne-Marie would need the first one. Yeah.
I didn't know what what was it? What was she?
Sharon was up 5 coming into
5?
the game. So if Anne-Marie throws the first one, she'll be in the 230s, which would be enough.
Yep.
If Sharon strikes here. And she does not. So Anne-Marie should just need a mark here, I believe. Maybe not even. Yeah, I think she'll need a mark. Because she's going to need 218 to win the match. And if she goes 9 spare strikes, she'd shoot 223. All right, so it comes down to one frame.
10th frame again.
Yep. By the way, Dana Miller-Mackey shot 751. So that's the new
That's
high tally
that's
to beat.
okay. That's okay.
She's kind of in
That's
cruise
pretty good.
control the last couple of games. Carol Jones defeats Mandy Wilson. And here's Anne-Marie Dugan, who needs a mark here in the 10th to beat Sharon Powers. That's about the best kind of mark you can get right there, huh? I'm sure you'd much rather throw a strike than be shooting
I
some
think
single
that's,
pin
oh
or
my
something.
gosh, yes.
Takes a lot of pressure
Yep.
off.
And look at, I'm telling you, I just can't get over it. You know, I mean, I know everybody here today, but you look at them, I mean, they are just, even if they shoot 180, they come back with a 230. I mean, they are making some good shots. They're making good ball changes. Lucy changed, actually, balls in the 9th frame. She looked like she had a good look. I think she was just experimenting anyway because she knew the match was over. But
And she's knocked out now because
Right,
that was
exactly.
an elimination match. So she goes 0-2, which is a bit of a surprise, I think, that Lucy Sandelin would get knocked out this early on. So Tish Johnson wins. Carol Jones is a winner. Deanna Miller-Mackey wins. Looks like Carol Teal is going to win.
and I don't know, the Shar Hamill match.
Yeah, it's a bit hard
Bill?
to see all the
I
way
can't
down
see
there. Lanes 1 through 4 are a little challenging for us to tell what's going on.
Well, let me go down and take a little gander
Sure,
for
yeah,
you.
you can
okay?
come back and let me know. Thanks. And Robin Romeo will be a winner. Anne-Marie Dugan. Carolyn is going to wander down and try to find out what's going on down on lanes 1 through 4 for us. And I'll flip our camera down there. Control of our in-house cameras here. That's Lilia Johnson taking on Shar Hamill. Not sure what the score is in this match, but I can tell you it is the 9th frame. Let's call up the scoreboard, kind of zoom in nice and tight there, see if we can gather any information from that. It looks like Shar Hamill's got 503 and up by a considerable margin here, up by about 80 pins going into this game, and Johnson has made up 24 pins, but still more than a 50-pin lead for Shar Hamill going into the final frame. So it looks like Shar is going to win.
Shar is up by over 80, and by over 80.
Okay. Carolyn says that both Shar and Paula Vedad are both up by over 80 pins. So looks like those are going to be the other two winners in this round. Again, you can find the brackets on bowl.com/seniorqueens. You want to check that out. Updated at the end of each round, so it'll be a few minutes before it gets updated. But as soon as this round is over, they'll get those updates done, and we will get started with the next round right away. I believe that the winners, the winners do come back for another round. So everybody who is still left in the tournament will be coming back in the next round, which was scheduled for 11:30, but obviously we'll start a little bit after that. And then there is a very short break. And then this afternoon we have a 2 p.m. round and a 3:15 p.m. round. Those are central times. So be sure to stick with us as we watch Char Hamill finish up the 10th frame here. She's going to win her match and stay alive in the tournament. And don't forget, the 4-player Stepladder finals will be right here on Bowl TV. That will be tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, Stepladder finals, 12:30 Eastern Time tomorrow, live coverage here on Bowl TV. And please don't forget to enter the giveaway for 2 Storm bowling balls. You'll have your choice of 2 Storm bowling balls. If you're the lucky winner, you can enter on facebook.com/USBC. Check out the status we posted a little bit earlier today. It has the link to enter the giveaway. And we'll be announcing that hopefully tomorrow afternoon, right after the Stepladder finals. So we're just awaiting the start of the next round, and it should get started here in just a couple of minutes. So stick with us. Another round coming up here in just a moment.
We do want to update the bracket board, so please turn in your recaps. We have one more round here before we take a break, so one more round of matches. Ladies, we also have another poster for all the finalists to sign. But the ITRC wants to hang up, so if you are in the top 16 and you're going to go in the tournament office, please sign that poster. And Brian Whitman will have checks ready for the ladies eliminated shortly. But check out the bracket board, and I'll give a 5-minute warning to report to your starting lane.
When is that? Isn't that around the 5th of November? I can't because I'm going to be gone the weekend before that to go to, I'm on the Hall of Fame committee. I don't think I'm going. It's just too close to Christmas for me to be gone in my shop.
I know, that's why Carol and Donna were saying it's just, this is their busiest time from the beginning of league to
Well, one of them could Christmas. I think it's ridiculous. It's better now than to go to the weekend now. People will wait for
All right, ladies, please report to your starting lanes. We're ready for our next round of matches. At the conclusion of this round, we will take a short lunch break, re-oil lanes, before we come back at 2 o'clock to finish up matches this afternoon. All right, we're good to go. Your names are up. The lanes are coming on for 5 minutes of warm-up. right, any arrows be switching? 15, 16. All right, thank you. Once those arrows get corrected, maybe in your next round, ladies, good luck.
All right, here we go with the start of the third round of the day of match play. Winners bracket matches. Shar Hamill versus Anne-Marie Dugan. And Dana Miller-Mackey versus Carol Jones. The winner of these matches will be on the show for tomorrow, the Stepladder finals. Shar starts with a strike. Other matches that are going on in the elimination portion of the bracket. Paula Vidal, Christy Witcher taking on each other. Robin Romeo versus Mandy Wilson. Carol Teal versus Lilia Johnson. And Tish Johnson versus Sharon Powers. Anne-Marie starts with a strike. And again, our featured matches are the two winners bracket matches, because the winners in these matches will be on the Stepladder for tomorrow afternoon at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Anne-Marie Dugan trying to kick things off with a double. And an 8-pin stands in her way of putting together that double. So after this round, there will be a brief break, probably 45 minutes or so. They'll re-oil the lanes, and then we won't have very much left after that. We'll have at 2 p.m. Central Time the matchup of the two women left in the winners bracket for the first and second seed on the Stepladder. And then we'll still have 6 players left in the elimination portion of the bracket trying to make the top 4. Shar starts with a double. And you're watching live coverage of the USBC Senior Queens presented by Storm here on Bold TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We are at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Thank you very much to Storm for their continued sponsorship of the USBC Senior Queens, and thank you to them for allowing us to give away 2 bowling balls to a lucky winner, 2 Storm bowling balls of your choice. Doing a giveaway on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC. You head over there, look at the status posted a little bit earlier on this morning. And it'll have the link you can click to enter into that giveaway. Giveaway ends tomorrow. The entry deadline is tomorrow for that giveaway, so be sure to get entered to win. More than 1,000 people are signed up, with more than 3,200 entries in the giveaway at this point. So still pretty good odds, though, of picking up a couple of new Storm bowling balls. Dana Miller-Mackey, who bowled 300 a little bit earlier today, shreds the rack for a strike. Spare strike to start this game for Dana Miller-Mackey. Anne-Marie Dugan. Well, that ball goes in a little flat. That's not what she's looking for right there. Ball did not hit very good. I don't know if she missed it at the bottom or what, but we'll see if she makes any sort of adjustment. Carol Jones, third frame. Gets the strike. She's down by 10 early on here against Dana Miller-Mackey. And Anne-Marie Dugan's ball reaction looking a little suspect early on here against Char Hamill. Randy Hanna asking if they have any classes or training that bowlers can come to if they are at the ITRC. Yeah, the ITRC is open to anybody who wants to come train here. There's some pricing information and additional details on bowlingitrc.com. It's bowlingitrc.com. Anne-Marie makes the spare. She trails by 10 pins, make it 11 after 3.5 frames. Here's Dana Miller-Mackey. In case you missed it, just posted a video of the final 3 shots of Dana Miller-Mackey's 300 game from earlier today. You can find that link on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC. Char Hamill leading by 11 pins over Anne-Marie Dugan here after 4.5 frames. Dana Miller-Mackey leads by 7 pins against Carol Jones. So not a lot of string of strikes here in our 2 winners bracket matches. I think there's been nothing more than a double in either match thus far. Here's Carol Jones. She throws a strike. She has not doubled. Oh, sorry, she leaves a 7-pin on that shot. She has not doubled in this game. And trails by 9 pins. Char Hamill. She delivers a strike in the 6th. Comes on a spare, though. She leads by 14 against Anne-Marie Dugan. Anne-Marie trying to get a double here to stay within 14 of Char Hamill. Pulls that one across and leaves the 9-pin. Things are looking a little rough thus far for Anne-Marie Dugan this game. Dana Miller-Mackey is ahead by 17 pins on Carol Jones if she converts the spare here. Better shot from Anne-Marie and gets the 7-pin to go late. Char looking for 3 in a row here. Ten-pin. With the spare, Hamill will lead by 23 on Dugan. There's Carol Jones looking to put a double on the board. She's down 17. Leaves the 2-pin. So unable to make up any ground right there. Char Hamill, 9th frame, leading by 23. Kind of give you an update on a couple of the other matches as they wrap up here in game 1. Shar gets the 7-pin to fall forward for the strike. Robin Romeo 208. Mandy Wilson can strike out in the 10th for 226. Sharon Powers shot 224. Tish Johnson is going to be in the 250s. 258 is what Tish will be at if she strikes on the fill. Can't tell the score of the match, but Paula Vidal is in a little trouble because Christy Witcher is stringing some strikes at her down there on lanes 3 and 4. Too hard to tell what's going on in the other match down on 1 and 2 between Teal and Johnson. A little too far away. My eyes are not quite that good. Anne-Marie working on a double. Leaves the 2-pin. Had a pin spin it a little bit, but she'll be shooting a spare here in the 10th. Doesn't look real happy about it. Anne-Marie max score 204. If she makes the spare here, and Shar Hamill can shoot 238. So 202 for Anne-Marie Dugan. Shar Hamill's going to have a chance to step up and have a real nice lead going into the last game, or going into the second game, I should say. Well, Shar gets that one right. Leaves the 2-4-5. Didn't come on a spare, though, so she doesn't lose any count. Jones leaves the bucket in the 10th. Now that one does come on a spare, so that hurts her a bit. She's down 22 now against Dana Miller-Mackey. Going to get an update on the scores on lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just made an agreement to get some updates from down there, so I should have something coming for you in just a moment. Jones missed the spare in the 10th, so she shoots 181, and Dana Miller-Mackey, licking her chops, can shoot 225 here. By the way, Shar Hamill 206, Anne-Marie Dugan 202. So Shar opens in the 10th. So it's just a 4-pin match here between Hamill and Dugan. Shar Hamill second frame. Both players struck in the first. And Shar mixes it up for a double. Fill ball coming up here for Dana Miller-Mackey. Carol Teal 177, Lil Johnson 172. So Teal with a 5-pin lead. Christy Witcher leads Paula Vidal by 48 pins after the first game. Tish Johnson up big on Sharon Powers, leading by 44 pins, approaching the halfway point of that match. Mandy Wilson and Robin Romeo pretty close, approaching the halfway point of their match. Anne-Marie misses a 10-pin to the right. Seen her miss a couple 10-pins here today. She kicks the chair. Kicks it a couple times back here. Probably heard that on the microphone. Not real happy. First frame for Dana Miller-Mackey here in game 2. Sends the messenger across for the strike. She's up by 43 pins on Carol Jones. Again, there'll be a little bit of a break after this round before we get started with the 4th round of the day. Have a brief break for the players to get something to eat. Only 2 more rounds left this afternoon, though. We'll know our 4 finalists for the Stepladder finals. That'll take place tomorrow afternoon at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so be sure to tune in for that. Right here on Bowl TV. Shar strikes, front 4 for her. And that really rubs a little salt in the wound of Anne-Marie Dugan after she missed that 10-pin in the 3rd. Anne-Marie was not very happy about it. Let's see if she is able to recover. It's a good shot. Carol Jones, 2nd frame. Pretty decent shot, a little high, leaves the 9-pin. Anne-Marie trying to get a double on the board to make up for that open, and she does. That might make her even more mad about missing that 10-pin. Hopefully she's forgotten about it by now. See if Shar can keep it going here. The front 4. 5th frame. that light 7. It's a pretty good shot, but that light 7 just does not like the carry here. Pin lead for Char Hamill at the halfway point of the match, assuming she makes the spare here. Char Hamill, 6th frame. Char won the Senior Queens in 2010. Leaves the 10 pin on that shot. So back-to-back single pin leaves for Char. As we will flip over and take a look at Dana Miller-Mackey here in the third, trying to take advantage of an open frame by Carol Jones. And Dana leaves an 8 pin here. Char makes her 10. Anne-Marie pretty quick to get up there and bowl. Left a 4 pin on the double, so she doesn't make up any ground. Here's Dana in the 4th. If you missed her 300 game earlier here on Bowl TV, we've got the video up. Guys, look at the 7 go. Got that video up of the final 3 shots. Matt Lawson put that together, and you can see Dana Miller-Mackey's perfecto. Just head over to our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, and you can find the video of Dana Miller-Mackey's final 3 shots of the 300 game. Anne-Marie with a strike in the 7th. Char Hamill, 7th frame, needs to hook, and it does. Char with a strike in the 7th, so we've got 13 frames to go in this match. Char Hamill leads by 26. Eighth frame, Char can jump the lead up to 36 if she strikes here for a double. And what a great shot by Char Hamill. Puts a lot of pressure on Anne-Marie Dugan. Dana Miller-Mackey with a double. Big shot here for Anne-Marie Dugan in the 8th. It's game 2. Ring 10. Shaking her head. I think Anne-Marie's a little frustrated. She's still talking to herself out there. Tommy wants to know when the Stepladder finals are. They are tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So about 24 hours from, about 23 hours from right now. Tomorrow afternoon, 12:30. Stepladder finals right here on Bowl TV. Top 4. No matter who makes it, it should be a great show. Carol Jones, 6th frame. Gets a strike, but she's in some trouble over there against Dana Miller-Mackey. Dana Miller-Mackey's been cruising here today. Another 10-pin for Anne-Marie. She's going to need to make an adjustment here. Probably a ball change coming, I would guess, for Anne-Marie at some point. Tish Johnson leads Sharon Powers by 66 pins after 2 games. Tish always one of the fastest bowlers out there, so no surprise that they're already done with game 2. Here's Dana working on 3 in a row. Little kick on the 10. 4-bagger for Dana Miller-Mackey. She leads by, well, looks like about 70 pins or so. Mandy Wilson, Robin Romeo having a very, gonna have a very close match going into last game. Gonna be just a few pins apart. Char Hamill working on 3 in a row, threatening to pull away from Anne-Marie Dugan in this one down the stretch. In game 2, another strike. Char looks like she's going to shoot 268 this game. The best that Anne-Marie can shoot is 215. Casey wants to know if there have been any other 300s this tournament besides Dana's. There have not. She is the first one and the only one so far. Char leaves the 2.5, so she'll shoot 256 with the spare. 256 for Shar. She's going to lead by, best case scenario, 45 pins going into the last game. Sorry, worst case scenario, 45 pins going into the last game. Carol Jones getting run over by Dana Miller-Mackey. Dana has really bowled well today. Looks like Mandy Wilson has a 13-pin lead on Robin Romeo going into the last game. And Tish Johnson up by more than 75 on Sharon Powers, so it looks like Tish will stay alive. Ted wanting to know if this is a sport compliant pattern. It is not. It is a 39-foot pattern, about 4.5, 5 to 1, something in there. And so it's not a sport pattern, but not exactly a house shot either. Kind of somewhere in between. And Marie strikes out in the 10th. Shoots 215. Shar Hamill leads the match 462 to 417. So 45 pin lead for Shar Hamill going into game 3. Dana with a 7-pin here in the 10th. Again, if you want to enter the giveaway for the Storm bowling balls, just go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, and posted a status a little bit earlier today. So just kind of scroll down the page a little bit, you'll see it with the link to the to win the 2 Storm bowling balls. Marie Dugan, second frame. That one does not hook back. She leaves 2-5. Still waiting on an update to come in on the matches on the low end. Should have that coming in here in just a second. Right now our 2 winners bracket matches not very close. Dana Miller-Mackey and Shar Hamill both with big leads going into the 3rd game. I also posted a link to the bowling ball giveaway on my Facebook page, facebook.com/Lucas USBC. If you want to find it on there, it might be a little easier for you. Looks like Robin Romeo has come back and taken a 1-pin lead on Mandy Wilson with 6 frames to go. Unfortunately, no camera down on that pair. It's on 15 and 16. Dana Miller-Mackey up 100 pins on Carol Jones after 2 games. Lilia Johnson leads Carol Teal by 40 pins going into the final game. And Christy Witcher looks like she's on the verge of knocking out our defending champion Paula Vidal. Christy up by 95 pins going into the last game. Tish Johnson's going to knock out Sharon Powers. So we've got 6 matches currently in progress, and only one of them is close. And of course, it's the one match that I can't get a camera on. Down on 15 and 16, which is technically part of the testing and research side of this facility, but able to open up the wall and use that pair as well. Anne-Marie still with a little bit of hope after that open by Char Hamill, but Anne-Marie has not really been able to throw many strikes on this pair so far. Looked like Anne-Marie had to help that one over a little bit, a little body language. She makes the spare. Looks like Robin Romeo's opened up a 12-pin lead on Mandy Wilson with half the game to go. Well, 4 frames to go, I should say. Anne-Marie Dugan down 32 here in the 4th frame. 7-10 in the pocket. That will leave a little bit of a bitter taste in her mouth. It's hard to come back down by more than 30 pins with 6 frames to go, and leaving a pocket 7-10 split. So now she's going to be down more than 40. Don asking again for the update on Carol Teal. She's down by 40 pins. Carol Teal down 40 pins against Johnson. Well, Char Hamill has to be breathing a little bit easier now after that open frame by Anne-Marie. Light 7. And SB wants to know about Paula Vidal. She's down by 95 going into the last game. So it looks like Paula's going to get knocked out. Robin Romeo just threw a double against Andy Wilson to take control over there. Tish Johnson is going to win. Again, the next round is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. Central Time, about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Shar comes up light, leaves the 2. Shar still up by 44 pins with the spare here with about 5.5 frames to go. Anne-Marie trying to hang in there. Strike in the 5th. She's going to need a lot more of those down the stretch here. Carol Jones down by, well, it looks like 80 pins with half a game to go. It looks like Dana Miller-Mackey will likely win that one. Big shot here for Anne-Marie. Really has to start striking. Ring 10. Anne-Marie just has not been able to put strikes together. The losers of these 2 winners bracket matches will have to win their next match to make the stepladder. The winners are on the stepladder. Good shot there, Carol Jones. Tish Johnson shot 757 to Sharon Powers 666. Robin Romeo will defeat Mandy Wilson. Dana Miller-Mackey with a spare in the 6th. She's still up by 100 with 4 frames to go. And Marie strikes in the 7th, down by 54 with only 3 frames left, so not looking good for Anne-Marie Dugan to stay in the winner's bracket. So again, the next round will be coming up about an hour and 10 minutes from now. In that round, we'll find out who the top seed for the stepladder will be. It looks like it will likely be Char Hamill versus Dana Miller-Mackey. Not official yet, but that's the way it's shaping up. Char Hamill working on a double here, 8th frame, leading by 46 pins or so, but hold on, a 4-9 split. Not quite over yet. That's about the worst thing that could have happened to Char Hamill. Anne-Marie Dugan's eyes lit up a little bit when she saw that. I think Anne-Marie's looking at the scoreboard trying to do some math to figure out if she might still be in this thing. See if Char can make a run at the 4-9 here. She'll take 1 for the open frame in the 8th. Both players staring at the scoreboard in this one. It's a 29-pin lead for Char Hamill. 2 frames to go. So this could get a little interesting here. Char has opened the door for Anne-Marie. This one's a little bit right. Leaves the 10-pin. I think that she wanted to avoid going high and leaving another 4-9 like she did last frame, and so leaves the 10. Anne-Marie will step up in the 9th and the 10th next, and doesn't look like she'll be able to win by any stretch of imagination, but she can definitely put some pressure on Char Hamill. Let's see if Char can make the 10 pin here first, though. And she does. So if Anne-Marie Dugan strikes out, she'd shoot 226. Char Hamill can shoot 191. I think that might force Char to double, but Anne-Marie has to have it. And it's a 10 pin. And I don't think that Anne-Marie is going to have enough here to win this match. Because Anne-Marie's max score just dropped to 205. And Char Hamill would need just 160 if Anne-Marie struck out here. And Char is already at 151 without throwing another ball. And now it's over. Char Hamill will make the stepladder finals. Anne-Marie Dugan will have some more work to do to make it, as Anne-Marie will drop into the elimination bracket. Dana Miller-Mackey is in the stepladder as she will defeat Carol Jones. Carol Jones also some work to do to make it into the stepladder. Lilia Johnson will defeat, Christy Witcher will defeat Paula Vidal. Still not 100% sure on the score in the Teal Johnson match. It was a 40-pin lead for Johnson going into the last game, and I believe that Johnson has won it. It does look like Johnson will defeat Teal. Jones with a strike in the ninth, but she's going to lose this match. Again, the next round of matches starts in about 1 hour and 5 minutes, so about 65 minutes away from the start of the next round. We'll keep the stream up during the break. Again, 2 more rounds of matches this afternoon, scheduled for 2 p.m. Central and 3:15 p.m. Central. Then we'll know our final 4 for the bracket, for the stepladder, I should say. And the stepladder will take place tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So a 43-pin win for Char Hamill over Anne-Marie Dugan. 643 to 600. Anne-Marie Dugan and Carol Jones, I believe, will both have a round off. They will not bowl the 2 p.m. round. They'll be back at 3:15. You can find the bracket on bowl.com/seniorqueens. So final couple of shots here, and then we will step away. But please be sure to join us back here in about an hour for the next round of matches. All right, we'll see you guys back here in an hour. Leave you with some nice, relaxing music as we step away.
fourth round of matches this afternoon are going to feature elimination bracket matches on 3-4. Lilia and Tish Johnson facing up, the two Johnsons, and on 7 and 8, Christy Witcher versus Robin Romeo. And on 11 and 12, we have our two undefeated players vying for the top seed. The winner will be the #1 seed on tomorrow's Stepladder final, with the loser being our second seed for tomorrow's show. And that is Shar Hamill versus Dana Miller-Mackey, our last two undefeated players, facing off for the top seed.
Oh, yeah, I will. I should feel that one. Huh? Yeah, because that will. Oh, yeah. It's more than you can imagine. I mean, when they named it dessert, they named it like pickles. But it gets.
All right, ladies, we're going to turn your lanes on for 10 minutes of warm-up because of the big break we had. Lanes are coming on, 10 minutes.
I'll send Tyler your way.
Do we need to reverse any airlines? Higher speed. Fix this 39. We all good? All right, ladies, let's send another round of applause. We got 2 elimination matches taking place.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of the USBC Senior Queens presented by Storm. Lucas Wiseman here with you at the International Training and Research Center. And joining us this afternoon is Tyler Jensen, who is a Storm/Rotogrip rep. Is that accurate?
Yeah,
Mr.
thank
Jensen?
you, Lucas.
Yeah.
That's a long list of things, but here today representing Storm products.
Great. And we've got 3 matches this round. It's kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
We're getting down to things.
We are. Shar Hamill, who you see there, is bowling Dana Miller-Mackey. to determine the first and second seeds for the Stepladder tomorrow. So both of them are locked into the show. And then also have 2 elimination matches, a battle of Lilia Johnson and Tish Johnson down there. No relation.
Battle of the
course.
Johnsons.
That's right. And Robin Romeo versus Christy Witcher in the other match. And I predict right now that Tish Johnson's match will end first because she bowls super fast.
She doesn't like to mess around.
She does not. She starts off with a strike. Before I guess we get into the I should mention that 2 other bowlers are still alive in the tournament. Carol Jones and Anne-Marie Dugan will bowl next.
They just went to the elimination
Yep.
round, correct?
They did. They lost their last match, and they're into the elimination bracket, and they'll take on the winners of these 2 elimination matches. But before we get into a lot about the bowling, why don't you talk, Tyler, a little bit about what's going on at Storm? I see all over Facebook and Twitter all about this lucid. What's going on with
I've
that?
even got a pretty cool T-shirt for you, Lucas. That,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it says my mind is clear, but my ball is lucid.
Clever.
We did release the Lucid on October 2nd, and I think I see about 3 of them out here.
Yeah,
that,
I've seen a few of
The
them.
players are using. It's a little bit new technology on the cover stock. It's an ERG, where we've been using nano in the past couple releases. This is actually the base formula, but without the nano. So it's a little bit cleaner and a little bit more down lane reaction than some balls that we've had in the past, and looks really good.
Yeah, certainly. The reviews have been rather good that I've read on Facebook and Twitter for that.
For me, the most important part is how it smells. And this one is definitely probably, I think, the best we've ever had. So as long as it smells good, I think you can find a way to make it roll good.
And what's the smell on it?
It's Fruity Pebbles is what I think is people are going with. I've heard Fruity Pebbles
Nice.
and Fruit Loops. It definitely is it's supposed to be a citrus vanilla, but it does take on that fruity smell.
I do like Fruity Pebbles. So
Yeah,
may
I
have
think you'd
to-
love it.
Might be tempted to lick the bowling ball in the middle of competition. But
There's one on lane 8 right now by Witcher.
yeah, unfortunately, that's we don't have a camera on that pair. We only
Oh,
have
sorry.
2 at once, but we'll go to that one if it gets.
Well, the building is
Interesting.
so it's so much feels so different with the wall being
Yeah.
open and the robot being exposed over there.
That's right. We got
Earl.
Earl over there in the corner as everybody gets to watch him as they compete. But yeah, we've got 14 lanes for the ITRC here and 20 lanes overall. But we can take we can steal a couple of lanes from the research side because they've got the same surface. But 17, 18, 19, 20 all have different surfaces, and so you can't really use them for a tournament.
Right. I heard those research guys are pretty happy this week. They're welcoming any tournament for a week because they get to sneak a couple days off. So
That's right.
That's just rumor I've heard.
We get to see behind the curtain over there and to their world, which is usually very confidential.
Yeah,
yes.
very. There's,
Yeah. Yeah, because all the new bowling balls come here first to
Correct.
get tested,
Yep.
so we can't let any of that information get out. So it's a very closely guarded
Yeah.
area back there.
Are you even allowed in there?
I'm not even allowed in
Wow.
there. No, and I've worked here for 10 years. I'm still not allowed in there. It's fine. I probably don't need to be in there, so it's okay. But
Kind of looks like the lanes might be getting a little tighter down lane from the previous matches. What do you think?
yeah, they just re-oiled, so it's sure that every time we strip an oil, it changes them a little bit each time. So
It's amazing how that happens.
yeah. So it'll be interesting to see, especially how our 2 undefeated players bowl. And this pair, 11 and 12, is where Dana Miller-Mackey shot 300, and I think she shot 750 or 760 on that pair, whatever it was.
That was this morning, correct?
Yep, that was this morning. I was on the second round when I think she followed Tish on that pair, so that may have helped her a little bit.
Yeah, Tish was during the break was talking to me about that and said that she might have opened them up a little bit for Dana.
Yeah, because I think that Tish was playing a little further left of where Dana is,
Right.
and so she was able to give her a little bit of room to swing it left and still get to the pocket, and so that certainly helped. But Tish didn't really bowl that great on that pair, so
I was watching Tish in practice, and she seemed to be struggling a little bit with the approach, so that might be something to keep an eye on, sticking a little bit.
yeah, strike, spare so far for
Liking that spare,
Tish.
too. Looks like she just switched to a IQ Tour.
That's another relatively new Storm ball, right?
Yes, and most importantly, apple crisp. I mean,
Oh,
that, you know,
nice. See, I just drilled a roto grip ball.
Okay.
But it doesn't smell.
Right.
So I'm a little disappointed. But I guess I gotta. It's probably a good thing. The best thing, I've had a couple of Storm balls, and the best thing is during the summer when you leave them in the car, and it's like an air
especially here
freshener.
in
Yeah,
Texas,
in Texas,
yeah.
it's 100 degrees outside. It's like an air freshener.
And it takes the oil out. It's a win-win.
Not recommended. Leave your bowling equipment in the car when it's that hot. Though.
I'm not going to
Sometimes
warranty it. But
they crack. Also happens when it's really cold outside too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Sometimes that's even worse.
Well, Char's got to get something going here. She's came in light the past 2 shots. Good spare, though.
Yeah, she opened in the first, missed a single pin. And no strikes yet, which is kind of
Yeah,
a
none.
surprise between the two players who are undefeated. I guess if you look across at all the matches, there aren't very many strikes right now at all. No doubles.
3.
Yeah, it's like 3 strikes in all three matches. So it's a little bit of a slow start to the start of this round of matches, I guess. Maybe they're all a little full from lunch and trying to get settled in.
Could be.
Let's see what Dana Miller-Mackey does here.
Dana's just got one of those. She's just a classic game, you know. It's so textbook. Yeah, it's just not getting up in the back part of the lane.
For them, it's not as urgent to win the match as it is in the other ones because the loser of this match between Dana Miller-Mackey and Char Hamill is still alive in the tournament. It'll just be the number 2 seed for
Right.
the stepladder. So it's one of those matches that loosens up the arm swing a little bit.
Yeah,
I think, and kind of take it easy.
And Hamill's had quite an impressive run in this tournament the past, I'm trying to think, 2 or 3 years she's been in the top.
Char,
Yeah.
she won 2 years ago.
1, 2 years,
Yeah.
second last year?
Yeah, gosh, it's so long ago. I have so many tournaments in my head.
think
And that
she
was
was
actually a year and a half ago because it was, it was April of 2011. So
And that was in Reno, correct?
it was in wherever the women's championships was. You're testing my brain power.
Sorry, I
think
didn't
it
mean to put
might
you on the spot
be
there.
El Paso. Fortunately, I have
Joan
every
the
email.
internet.
Yeah, I have every email I've ever written saved. So I can
There we
look.
go. Dana, nice shot. Striking on lane 11.
It was in Syracuse.
Syracuse.
Yeah, I'm all messed up yet, and she did beat Char. Paula Vidal beat Char 7:15 to 6:38 to win.
All right. So Char has a first, a second, and now this year
Yeah.
still alive in the winner's bracket.
Somewhere there are people who are watching saying, telling me that, speaking to themselves that you don't know where the tournament was last year and you don't know who finished second. If you knew how many tournaments I went to over the course of a year. Same with
do
you.
keep
You go
track of, I mean, it'd be incredible how many miles you
a
travel.
lot. Too many.
lot.
Not that many this year, actually, fortunately. But
And for those looking for the update on the pair that I mentioned that we don't have a camera on, looks like Robin has about a 15-pin lead going into the 5th frame.
so how many people left out here bowling right now are throwing Storm or Rotogrip stuff? We know
No,
Tish.
I was just talking to Barbara Chrisman, one of the owners of Storm, and we had counted, we were at 5. So
5 still left in the field?
Yeah, 5 out of the 1 still bowling. Not too bad.
That's pretty good.
5 out of 6.
That new Storm stuff apparently working very well. And I know that it was mentioned yesterday that the senior women bowlers appreciate greatly the contributions that Storm makes to help keep their tournament going here.
One of our things, and I think we're the most proud about, is our slogan is the Bowlers Company, and it's something that we do. We live by every day. We do try and it's a bowling ball company ran by bowlers, so it can be maybe frustrating at sometimes, but it's very rewarding at others.
Getting some good reviews in the chat about the Lucid. Marco said the Storm Lucid helped my average jump 30 pins.
Holy cow! I need one,
that's
Marco.
That's a huge jump.
30 pins. That's awesome.
Yeah. I drilled the Roto Defiant.
Yes, the
And
Defiant.
it's actually Defiant XL, which I think is a overseas release.
Okay.
But my average went up 7 pins in 2 weeks.
7?
How about that?
Well,
It's not bad, huh?
Yeah, and the only reason, Marco, is Lucas, his average doesn't have room to go up 30 pins. He's
Yeah,
already
right.
averaging, well, now it's 273 with
Yeah,
that
right.
7 pins that he
Try
added.
177 this year. Well, in Sport League here at the training center on the Open Championships pattern.
The
it's
training
not
center can be
easy.
tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Storm is very proud here to be part of the senior queens. I think the two things in our game that are the most important are the youth and the seniors, because we got to get the youth involved to have, and then eventually they've got to have somewhere to go once they reach that age. The PBA revamping the Senior 50 Tour is definitely something that is very cool to see, and tournaments like this for the seniors are great.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of opportunities for the senior women to bowl, and it's
Right.
nice to have the Triple Crown this year with the Golden Ladies, the Senior U.S. Women's Open, and this event. So it's nice to see that some things are coming together for the senior women. And, again, the scoring pace really low in this winner's bracket match. No doubles, 1 strike through 5 frames between the two players. That's unusual.
It is unusual. And Dana just looked like she made a ball change on that shot, and it definitely hooked a little bit more. And I think Tish is our only one. She's got a 3-bagger,
Yep.
and that's the only string of strikes that we have.
And nobody else has thrown a double, I don't believe. Tish, only 1 strike, and she just threw another one 4 in a row. So she's out to a decent lead on Lilia Johnson.
That's all you say, 4 in a row? You don't have anything special for that?
No, that's all I got.
Oh, man.
4 in a row.
No
4-bagger.
hand bone or anything?
Yeah.
You don't even come up with your own?
I get yelled at if I say that. I think the ham bone is dead.
I think so, too.
Dana with a 10-pin.
Little swish and 10. Looked
Yep.
a little light.
Let's see if Tish can keep the string going. Nope.
Going high.
This is a 39-foot pattern. It is not a sport pattern, though. It's a little bit softer than sport, but not a house shot by any means. It's about 4.5 to 1.
Okay.
39 feet.
I heard some of the players kind of compare it to it was either the white or the blue pattern. Is it?
Yeah, one of those
Kinda
red,
close.
white, and blue
Yeah.
patterns. Yeah, I haven't seen the graph, but it wouldn't surprise me. And I find I bowl league here, and we only have 1 league in the training center. It's just for staff, and they play really tough here,
Right.
really tough. And so, 4.5 to 1 pattern. It's going to play pretty true, because it's
Correct.
this place doesn't have a lot of play like regular bowling centers do.
Right.
It doesn't have open bowling and lots of leagues every night, so it stays pretty true. And the carry is really hard in here sometimes.
I think one of the things you hear people talk is they always play just a little bit tighter at the ITRC,
Yeah.
the patterns, and I think you hit it right on the head. It's just that there's not, a league every night that's wearing in that lane surface. There are some great things, though, at the ITRC that you can do by reserving a lane and having them set up
Yep.
any pattern that you'd like. So it's a really cool facility. If you haven't been out to check it out, I would highly recommend you coming out, and you can practice anything from a cheetah pattern to a U.S. Open pattern. It's really cool.
On bowlingitrc.com if you want more information on this facility. Well, Shar got a strike in the 6th. I wonder if she can get another one here. Let's see.
That looks pretty good. Oh,
Checked up on her a little bit.
that might be the first time she's gone high too. Everything's been pretty light for her.
Yeah, and so big split means Dana Miller-Mackey is going to have an opportunity to extend her lead a little bit more.
And this is going to be total pins, correct?
Yep, 3 games, total pins, just like the
So-
Masters. You
Yep.
bowled the Masters, sure.
If you get in
times.
trouble here, you want to make sure you get all the pins you can, because you don't want to fall too far behind.
Yeah, it's interesting how sometimes the momentum can swing in these matches.
Right.
Be lined up shooting 230, and the next thing you know, you've lost it and you're shooting 170 because the transition gobbled you up,
Yep.
and your opponent is right back in it. But you definitely don't want to make it any more difficult.
I know
than you have
bowling
to.
in a format like this, I've never really felt comfortable until, if you're lucky enough to maybe have like a 90-pin lead,
Yeah.
you really don't. I've lost way too many times where you've got 70-pin lead and going in the last game, like you said, catch some transition and bowl 170 and your
Yeah.
opponent bowls 250 and
Yeah.
you lose by 10.
Yep. We saw that one year at the Masters. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. Somebody was down 80 pins going in the last game. Might have been Chris Barnes, shot 300. Either Chris Barnes or Wes Malott. Shot 300 in the last game, won the match by 20 pins.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Just never know. Marco
Definitely.
wants to know if the PBA bowlers are looking forward to using the Lucid this season. I would guess that we'll see a lot of those balls at the World Series of Bowling.
The World Series is coming up, and one of the things, though, at South Point, it seems to be a high-friction facility. So
That's true.
I think you'll definitely see some Lucids early on. But like last year, Storm had a great run at the World Series. You hear that? That's a 4-9 that Robin just picked up on lane 8. Yeah, the World Series, we did really well there, but most of the bowling balls used were weaker. So,
Yeah.
They start to hook a little bit there at the South Point.
I'm sure that there'll be a few urethane balls out there, maybe.
Definitely the first day on Cheetah. Yeah, that last year, I don't think we had Cheetah. We had Shark instead, and they swapped them out this year. We'll be bowling on Cheetah the first day.
Just tuning in, you're watching the live coverage here on Bowl TV of the the Senior Queens. Tyler Jensen from Storm is here. I'm Lucas Wiseman, as we are watching Shar Hamill versus Dana Miller-Mackey. They are determining the top seed for the Stepladder tomorrow. That'll be at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bowl TV. Tish Johnson, spare in the 10th. Looks like she's going to shoot in the 220s, or 230s maybe. Was it 225 it looks
Yep,
like?
225 if she strikes. And
Lilia,
Lil can strike out for 204.
it's going to be a big 10th frame. We'll make sure we
So she could
catch it.
definitely keep that close.
Shar Hamill, another chance for a rare double.
That one looks better.
Yep. Carry's tough.
It's one of those Lucas 10 pins right
That's
there.
right. I leave more 7 pins here than anything.
ya?
Ugh, light 7s are really tough to carry here.
Huh.
For whatever reason.
Tough for me to carry anywhere. So.
I've seen you bowl. Come on now. You're a pro. Not just anybody gets to wear the Storm shirt with a Dexter logo on it, you know?
I think I put the uh-oh in pro.
Let's go over to Johnson here, 10th friend. This is a big 10th for her. She's going to be down 40 pins if she doesn't double here in the 10th. Or doesn't strike, I should say, here. It's the
pretty
first
good.
one, yeah. So that'll put her at least in the 190s.
She's using a virtual energy. That ball is a couple years old.
Yeah.
But it's definitely, players have some surface that they're using right now, it kind of looks like.
Dana's working on a double here, 9th frame.
She could strike out for 234 and really take a commanding lead for that top spot.
Ball just went right. It hit, bounced on the lane and started going right.
Yeah, it started right, and there was no push there.
Nope.
They are, like we mentioned, they're fresh, so they're going to be a little bit flatter. And our other contenders match is Robin at a 188. And it looks like that's going to be fairly close right there to 199.
Yep. So Christy Witcher will be up by 11 on Robin Romeo after game 1.
And I believe the winner of the Johnson match will bowl Anne-Marie Dugan.
Sounds right. Let's see. I'll take a look. If I can find the bracket here.
And Witcher did spare for 199, so Robin is down 11. Didn't get to catch. Did Lil strike out?
Did not see it. They're both bowl so fast that it's hard to tell. Yeah, the Witcher Romeo winner will bowl Anne-Marie.
Okay.
Looks like Lil shot 193, I think.
That's some good eyes there if you can.
Yeah,
if you're
can't
spotting
really
that.
see that. Yeah.
Tish checking that approach again. I'm not sure what's up with that. Here comes some trouble.
Yeah, Matt Canizaro in the house.
Matt bowled the PBA this weekend.
Yes, he
Yep.
did. I'm sure he doesn't want us to talk about it
Okay.
either.
Sorry, Matt.
I don't think he made the cut. He hung in there with Shannon O'Keefe, though, I believe, in the standings.
They were pretty hard. I think we bowled on the chameleon pattern, and they were very difficult. That's why I love coming to the USBC or the bowling ITRC, because you just never know who's going to walk in.
It's true.
There's celebrities
Yeah.
everywhere.
That's right. Sometimes I come down here and Mike Fagan's practicing or Chris Barnes is down here. And just don't know.
Carolyn Dorn Ballard was here earlier, too.
Yeah, she works here.
Yep. Yeah. Wow.
I have the luxury of seeing her almost every day. $199 for Dana Miller Mackey. And
You know, this
she'll have at least a 20-pin lead.
That's a big 10th frame here. If Shar could strike out, she could, only be down, like you said, 20 pins. That's looking pretty good. I mean, she could have been down 50.
Only 1-200 in this first game out of any of the matches, and that was Tish.
Yep, left side.
224.
I like giving Tish a hard time about being left-handed. You got to be careful, though, with Tish. If you give her too hard of a time, she'll come right back at you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah, just a weak 10 there.
So it looks like Char's going to be down 31 pins, and that is not an enviable position against a Hall of Famer like Dana Miller Mackey.
I expected higher scores on the winners just because, like you said, their arm swing, they're already on the show.
Yeah.
They're in the finals. Thought they'd be a little bit more relaxed.
And they've been bowling so good, too.
Yeah.
Char shot 612, 698, 643 so far today, and she's only shooting 160 here. And Dana shot 699, 751, and 672, and she only shot 199.
Wow.
And I should note it was a clean 199 for Dana Miller Mackey.
Char's going to the bag.
It's probably a wise decision.
She's using an IQ tour, and she is switching to a Fire Road.
I think it's you can feel free to disagree with me on this, but I think it's always a smart decision when you throw a fill ball to try something no matter what you're bowling, even if you're bowling 230 or 160.
If you're lucky enough to get to throw a fill ball.
Yeah.
A lot of times when I bowl, I don't get to throw a fill ball. Yeah, I think it's, she can maybe go to this ball. It's going to give her a little bit more back in. We definitely saw that. So she might be able to just creep a couple boards to the left and maybe try and open up the lane a little bit. Like I said, 199 there to 165. So Dana's up 34.
Johnson with the spare. She had it open in the first, so she's kind of fallen behind by a little more than 40 pins here so far in this match.
She's up on the approach right when Lily comes off.
Tish doesn't mess around. Tish almost always one of the first ones done, although Robin and Christy bowling pretty quick as well. Tend to bowl a little quicker when they get to the stages of the competition when isn't anybody next to them.
Yeah, not having the lane courtesy to deal with.
Yeah. Tish with a big split, so I'm sure that Lil's a little happy about that. Keeps it a little closer. I think the most competitive one right now is the one we don't have the camera on.
Sorry.
Might have to switch. I can control any camera in this building, so I can switch to any camera. But I only have two inputs, so I only get two at a time. But we'll check in with them here in a couple of minutes.
So the cameras that we're using are actually behind us here.
Yeah, they're on the walls
mounted to
behind
the
us
wall.
and
Okay.
up above the lanes as well. Can
Cool.
access any of those. They're the same cameras that are used for doing video analysis here at the training center. Let's take a look at Char here in the first. She's desperately needs to get something going here.
Oof. So
Wow.
she switched balls again.
Yep.
She used a different ball than she threw in the fill. And split. Down on lane 3, it looked like Tish also... I'm thinking that's a 7-9, Lucas.
It does look like a 7-9 now.
She doesn't look thrilled.
It's
so.
back-to-back splits for Tish. Yeah, a little surprised by the low scores in this round. It's always hard to tell why that is, but I mean, it's across the board, all three matches pretty low scoring, and that's a contrast from what we had earlier today.
Right. I think it's just one of those things. Every time that the lanes get ran, even though they're ran the exact same, and with the machine technology, they're going to be put out the same pattern over and over. It just it's a matter that maybe that oil not getting off completely and just getting a little tighter and tighter.
Johnson trying to take advantage of those back-to-back opens by Tish.
Leaving a 10-pin. Shar trying to, I almost think she's just getting lane 11 and 12 is just, 12 is hooking so much more than lane 11.
Sure looks like it. She went high on 12 and then misses that pin to the right on 11. So,
and she
might be one of those situations where she needs to throw a different ball on each lane.
She definitely made that shot on 12 picked up, and she moved left with her feet and kept her eyes in the same spot, and that ball never read it. So shooting the 1-2-4-8. Pretty good spare right there. In the Romeo Witcher match, Robin has 74, working on a spare in the fourth, and Witcher 69 in the third. She's got spare, double spare. 10-pin and a 4-pin.
By the way, Tyler, we're giving away a couple of Storm bowling balls as part of our Senior Queens broadcast, and
I hope they're not coming out of my budget.
No, well, no, we already got them.
Okay,
So
all right,
not
good
coming
deal.
out of your budget. But one lucky winner is going to win 2 Storm bowling balls of their choice.
Really?
And and can enter on our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, and you'll see the status that says we're live, and the first comment on there has the link to the giveaway, and just click on that, and you can enter to win 2 Storm bowling balls. That's
3,000 entries?
Yeah, that's you can get multiple entries, but over 1,000 people have entered so far.
Okay.
And, there's multiple ways to enter. Once you click on that giveaway, it'll give you some options to enter, including liking our Facebook page and following us on Twitter and watching us on YouTube. And so it's pretty easy to earn entries. And we're going to give that away tomorrow afternoon after the finals. And I would guess that if you're smart, you might, and you win, you might want to get a Lucid.
Yes,
what it sounds
I would
like.
think so.
Go for a Lucid.
Lucid and IQ Tour.
And an IQ Tour, is that would be your other recommendation?
Yes.
There you go. I think that'd be a pretty good arsenal to have for league or tournaments.
Well, Tish is in a little bit of trouble down there, Lucas. She can't quit to seem to get off the headpin.
Yeah, that's she bowled good the first game, but the only good news for Tish is that there's not much good news now.
No.
Lil is not doing anything either, but she's making some spares, so it's really gotten pretty close down there.
I'm guessing you were going to go with the only good news is she had 3 pins and there wasn't a gap between them.
Yeah.
It didn't
Didn't work out so well, did it?
Looked kind of like a tough break from this angle. She kind of wrapped the 4-pin around the 7 there.
And Robin Romeo off camera just left a 4-5. So it's just weird out there right now. And you really can't blame nerves or anything, because the bowlers who are left at this stage are too good to have those kind of
they're definitely
issues.
There's not much these girls are going to get nervous about.
We've got 3 Hall of Famers out there right now. 1 more still waiting to bowl in the next round. So half the bowlers who are left are in the Hall of Fame.
It's pretty good.
Pretty tough field.
Shar finally getting a hold of that lane 12. Definitely, they've both been giving her a little bit of trouble, but she's been splitting a lot on that lane. Looks like she went back to a fire road.
Well, Lil just can't take advantage, can she?
No, she really can't. She's having a hard time getting to the pocket as well.
It's pretty even down there. I think Tish still leads by about 8 pins in the match. Well, Shar moved right with a different ball
I
and
don't think she's doubled yet.
still didn't hook. Well, she shot 160, so I don't. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think she's doubled.
That left lane has been giving her all kinds of fits.
I give her credit for trying some different stuff to get lined up, though. And that looked a little closer. I mean, I remember when Jerry Edwards was head coach of Team USA, I remember her telling me, if you make a ball change and you leave any combination of a 2-pin, that's good news.
That's good
Because
news.
you can just kind of adjust a little bit off of that. It's not a bad thing.
Can
So,
either move right or
Yeah.
slow it down a little bit.
and Shar left a 2-8, so I think that may be a frame where she has gathered some information. Now she might want to move a little bit further right or slow it down a little bit, and that might help. We'll see.
I think it's a situation like you mentioned. She could definitely use a stronger ball in the left lane and then a weaker ball in the right lane, because they do look quite a bit different.
Lil made that spare in the 5th down there.
She's just ball changed as well. She's going retro today.
Yeah.
Virtual energy and the original virtual gravity.
Nice. Yeah, that original virtual gravity was a good ball.
Yeah.
I liked that one. And the nano, virtual gravity nano as well. Storm's had so many great balls over the years, and I can tell you, as somebody who has thrown a lot of Storm stuff over the years, is that they hold up really well. You can keep some of them around for a while, and they still react pretty good if you take care of them.
We definitely pride ourselves in our cover stock material and are always working on new things. It's amazing how the R&D department is always just working on something new. You know, Hank Boomershine or Victor Marion, they are always fiddling with something or changing the chemistry of something else, and trying to keep these guys down here in the ITRC, the research and development team, busy.
Always some good stuff coming out of Utah. And Tish is going to throw 2 frames before Dana throws 1. Tish just struck for a double and trying to get 3 in a row. So I thought that was going to be pretty good right there.
I think she thinks if she can get up there faster, they'll fall faster.
It could be.
It's kind of funny. Her and Mark Williams are probably, they are 2 of the fastest bowlers I've ever seen. As far as, she's grabbing her spare ball and she's gone.
Oh, yeah. She's almost up there before the rake is even up.
She liked a little, she wanted that one to strike.
It looked pretty good,
She
too.
looked a
She
little
looked
upset with that.
Yeah, a little confused, maybe. Dana left at 7 as well. She has not doubled in this game. Halfway through this match, Dana still has a nice little lead. A little more than 40 pins.
Yeah. Romeo and Witcher. Witcher has 155 in the 7th, working on a spare. And Romeo is 129 in the 8th, working on a strike. So a max score of 189 there for Robin.
And Robin's thrown 5 strikes with 3 opens.
Yeah, I don't think she's really leaving stuff that's easy to pick up.
No. Here's Shar in the 5th. It looks like Shar's trying to throw the same ball on both lanes.
Yeah.
She moved right on that lane and didn't hook. With the other ball, she was going through the face. So
that might be one of the things that she needs to get away from the outside.
Yeah.
They might just be, she needs to move everything inside, maybe parallel move, and try not to give up, one of those situations where she might just not want to give up the head pin.
She's got to find a way to throw some strikes, because even if Dana's not striking, she's going to make spares.
Mm-hmm. And
if,
being down
if they both
30,
keep making spares, Shar loses.
Dana's going to win pretty easy there.
Yeah.
Witcher just threw the first one in the 10th.
Yeah.
Looking at 235 if she strikes out.
She's kind of throwing the high hard one down there, which sometimes is a good plan of attack when they get tough.
What I like is she's bowling like if she loses, she's going to get eliminated. She,
Yeah.
You know, she
Yeah.
looks like
And
she's
she will.
going. She's
Yeah.
going for it.
Yeah,
She is
she's
not
not
going to
messing
hold
around.
anything back.
Lilia Johnson, she carries it for a strike, but spared last frame. It
Oh,
looked like
boy.
Shar moved in that time with that same ball,
Yep.
and it hooked too much. And I personally think that was the wrong move.
Do you?
Yeah,
You want her to go farther
after
right?
leaving the 2-8, I probably at least would have thrown one more shot
Okay.
a little further right or
move a
slowed it
little bit
down
right?
a little bit. Yeah, just to see, give it a read. But she decided to go in, and it hooked right through the face.
It did. It looks like you might be
Yeah.
correct.
They just look tough right now, and I think Char's in a lot of trouble.
I like the move in, but I would like to see her get a little bit more behind it and
Yeah.
not so much around it to try and get, a little bit flatter, smooth out that back end. So Witcher with a 234 is going to add to that 11-pin lead, and
She's going to be in decent shape.
Robin really needs to strike out here for 189 or she's going to be in trouble.
Let's see if we can make a camera switch real quick and see that. There we go, like magic.
Cool.
It's Robin in the 10th frame working on a strike. That's a bad non-strike right there.
You can,
Yeah, she's lost a lot of pins right there. Could have
spare
shot
strike.
189, and now she's looking at 169 and going to be down a lot going into the last game.
Tish opened again.
Yeah, she threw a
Went
split
light.
and just left a, what is that? I can't quite see. Very 3,
It's a left-handed
5, 6.
2-4-5.
Yeah, 3, 5, 6. Messing with my head. I got to look in a mirror. Miller Mackey leaves the 6-pin on a strike, so no double for her yet this game.
Looked about just like her last shot where she tripped it.
Well, Robin shoots 167.
So she's
Down a lot.
down like 76 pins, I believe.
Yeah. 78.
Trouble. We flip back to the Johnson & Johnson match.
That's what we're going to do. Got to make sure I hit the right button, though.
I'm glad you understand all that.
Yeah, it's a whole grid here that I'm looking at to flip it.
And just like that.
Yeah. There they are. I was wrong. I thought that would be the fastest match, and it's not. It's Witcher and Romeo for some reason.
Witcher's bowling 40 pins better than
Yeah.
everybody else. So,
Yeah, it's true.
she's throwing a lot of strikes.
Tish, by the way, missed that 3, 5, 6.
So she's looking at 123 in the ninth.
Yeah. Maybe we can call up the scoreboard on the. It's a little easier to see over here. You can see the. Tish only has a 123 in the ninth after shooting 224, and Lilia can shoot what? 193.
I'm in some very high-profile negotiations right here, Lucas.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Wow, big time stuff.
Big
huh?
time.
Oh,
I don't know if you've heard the PBA is debuting this team concept.
I have heard about that. Yes.
So I'm in the process right now.
Yes, I would like to bowl with for Storm.
Would you?
Yes.
Well,
I'm in.
Unfortunately, I'm not one that gets to pick.
Oh,
so
dang.
I'm working Norm Duke over to be his 5th pick for the PBA team.
Oh, so you're trying to
concept.
get in?
I'm trying to get in.
Well, I better text Norm and I'll give you a recommendation. Tell him that you should get in.
Norm's probably on a plane getting ready to go somewhere, so he's
Yeah.
probably not listening.
I don't see him as the type who sits down at the computer and watches live streaming.
I think he would enjoy it. He's just never going to be able to sit down.
No,
he's
he
always
can't
on the
sit
go.
that long.
Well, I think Lucas was right. Shar moved farther left.
And missed the head pin right.
Got worse.
Yeah, it's not going well for her right now.
And you know, she's only down 30 this game, which, I mean, it could be a lot
yeah.
more. No,
Yeah.
she hasn't had a 9 count.
You're right. She's had 1 strike and no 9 counts. That's
So,
an indicator of bad ball reaction.
being able to strike out for 177 is not that bad.
And miss an easy spare. It's just kind of a train wreck of a game for Shar. And the good news is guaranteed to finish second in the stepladder,
She
so
gets the
not
whole
that
extra
much
game.
lost. Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
What pair is the finals on tomorrow?
I believe we're going to use 9 and 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shar is wearing out that bag. She has switched balls
Yeah.
here now. I
She
think
has.
this is her 6th ball change.
You can't just keep doing the same thing. You got to try to learn from it, because you never know what tomorrow's going to bring.
Right.
The stepladder. So.
So we have 182 for
Yep.
Lily. Tish could strike out for 153.
And if she does, it'll be pretty even going into the last game. Dana left the big 4 in the 8th. And
So
she's still up 25 this
yep,
game.
Up 25. So
Add that to the 24 from
59.
before, so yeah,
59,
59 pins.
25 and 34.
12 frames to go. Certainly seems like the Johnson versus Johnson match might be the closest one. Tish asking for a little help. She looks frustrated down there. Huh?
That shot looked really good. She liked it off her hand and looked like she left like a swisher 10. She needs to spare this for 143 to be down 39.
You don't see a Hall of Famer and former Team USA member like Tish Johnson shoot 140 very often.
Not much.
And usually when you do, you see him coming back and shoot 240.
Yep.
Wouldn't surprise me if Tish came back and bowled a big last game. Just going to go to the bag.
Probably something she should have done a little bit sooner in that game. She told me she's been using an IQ tour pretty much the whole time. Looks like she's going to switch to a Berserk.
It's an interesting looking bowling ball.
Tish is she's in a unique situation. She owns several pro shops in Colorado Springs and one in Denver. So she's on our pro shop staff, which gives her the ability to throw Storm and Roto Grip.
Oh, nice. And that's a roto ball?
That's
I remember Carolyn telling me that she likes that ball.
yes. We could ask her, Carolyn, do you like?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does. She's probably watching right now in her office.
I believe she is.
Yeah.
She should be working though, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment
No?
on that. It's not my job to tell her whether she should be working or not.
And Robin trying to get back in this match, just stone eights.
Yeah, she did that earlier today against Anne-Marie Dugan in the 9th frame of the last game. And a strike, if she'd have struck there, she would have had a real good chance to win the match. Stoned 8. So she's not real happy with that stone 8 here today. Well, Shar has got a strike in the 9th. She's trying to find another one here.
Going for a double.
Yep, she moved right. Look at this. Oh, the wise man is right. She changed balls and
She did?
stayed right. I don't know what ball that is.
It was an IQ tour.
IQ tour, okay.
She's thrown it many times this game so far.
She's gone through the entire bag twice
yeah.
at this point, I think.
But it did look like she rolled that one a little more. It didn't have the back end snap.
Yeah, it was a good shot, and she can still get to 176 this game.
And you know what? If it's not out of hand this match.
No, definitely not. It's the first double by either player this game.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big shot. She got a lot of ground to make up here. It's in a little bit. But holds
That
high
looked
flush,
good.
yeah.
Her hand was behind it. That looked
There's a little
really
bit
good.
left of the last one,
Yep.
but it was
But,
pretty high flush.
You know, because she was behind it a little bit, it didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't read to that dry as much, and the ball definitely did hold a little bit more.
Carolyn's in the chat. She's Baldo Babe, apparently. I love the Berserk. I am working. I knew she said she loved the Berserk when we were doing that Bowl TV Live not too long ago.
And someone who drills. Okay,
She drills
must
my
be
equipment.
talking about Tish Johnson.
Ah, yes, probably. Let's see if Shar can make another good shot here on the fill. I think she's in good shape now. 4 strikes in a row, and her ball reaction looks a lot better than it did earlier.
So Carolyn likes the Outlaw, the Berserk, the Shatter, and the Shout.
It's pretty much all of the rotor balls, isn't it?
But she's working.
Exactly.
Thank you, Carolyn.
So 176 for Shar.
You know,
And Dana actually needs a mark to beat
yeah,
that.
she has a chance to
This
gain
game.
some pins.
Yeah. Let's see. Looks pretty good.
That looked
Yeah.
really good.
It's a Hall of Fame strike
Yeah.
right there.
So far, that ball change looks pretty good for Tish.
Yeah, Tish just threw a strike. Trying to see what the tally is. I think it's 375 to 367. Tish is down 8 going into this last game. They both started with a strike. Robin Romeo just left a split, so she is probably going to lose.
No, I think this is a big shot for Dana Miller-Mackey. I mean, yeah, she's up by 34 here, but if she strikes here, I think for the confidence, it's just going to really put her ahead for next game.
Yeah, this is a good shot here.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that was pretty brutal.
Stone 9.
Told you the carry's tough here.
Yeah. I figured it was just an excuse you had, but
No,
I think
no,
you're
no.
right.
I have a lot of operator error shots here as well, but sometimes it's hard to get rewarded for good shots. Tish left a 7-pin. Don't forget the Stepladder finals will be tomorrow right here on Bowl TV, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Top 4 going to be on the show. Dana Miller-Mackey and Shar Hamill locked into the show, and got 2 more spots that will be determined in the next round. Dana leads Shar 380 to 341, so 39-pin lead for Dana Miller-Mackey going into this last game, and it could have been a lot worse
Yes,
for
it
Shar
could have.
Hamill. She's got to be pretty happy with the spot that she's in right
So
now.
only be down 39. You know, I noticed Anne-Marie Dugan is watching the bowling right now. She's getting ready, you know, to come on the lanes next. Wonder what she's thinking strategy-wise, or if she's a little maybe freaked out to say,
I
you
know,
know,
right?
the least, because saying, wow, the lanes look a little bit different
I think that she's going to be on a fresh pair too. She's going to have
Okay.
5 and 6.
on 5 and 6.
So, you know, I wonder. Yeah, but you see all the low scores, and it has to make you wonder what's going on out there. Char could give Dana a run for
we
her
might
money
have
here.
a match here.
Yeah, it's 5 in a row for Char.
Oh, Lily just missed a 10-pin.
That's not good for business. So first frame for Dana here in the third game, final game of the match. Looks pretty solid.
Yep.
No 8-pin or no 9-pin on that shot, I should say.
You know, it's been a few months since I've seen Dana bowl. I don't know if the tennis shoe is new, or I haven't got to talk to her
Yeah, I don't
about
know.
that. I haven't. Last time I saw her bowl, she was wearing just regular bowling shoes, but she has a SST8 on the right foot, on the slide foot, and then for traction, she's using a tennis shoe. Mike Fagan did that a little bit this
Yeah.
past season.
And Dana's throwing the ball as good as ever. I mean,
Mhm. She's always
just,
solid.
Yeah, just always real good and solid, and always very competitive, it seems like.
So Witcher, she's about 180 pace, but definitely, you know, same bout for Robin. So Witcher looks like she's going to advance.
Dana kind of fell off that one a little bit. And comes up light. Tish just left a
Pretty
6'10".
fortunate. No, yeah, just a 6'10", but the 7
Yeah.
was standing. So a little fortunate there.
See, Tish is on the approach, ready to go before the rack even comes up. It's funny.
She's ready to go. She knows what she wants to do. She wants to just strike.
Dana makes the spare. That might be one of the first shots I've seen Dana really fall off of today that I've paid attention to. And not sure what happened on that. Maybe the footwork got a little jacked up. I don't know.
Dana is definitely getting some coaching now from her husband, Steve Miller-Mackey. Oh, Tish getting excited down there.
Yeah. It's a strike for her in the fourth. And Tish and Lil Johnson are pretty close.
No, you're good. Here comes Shar.
Yep. That is 6 strikes in a row over the 2 games for
Barbara Chrisman taking a stroll, keeping an eye on things, making sure those bowling balls look good. I think she's actually here
She's
just
to
checking on me, making sure I'm working.
Yeah, exactly. She's here to keep an eye on you. Big trouble here
Ooh.
for
She broke that up.
Amelia. Yeah, she left 7-10 though. Yeah, she broke it up at like
Broke it
7-10.
It looked like the 7 was going to fall there.
Yeah, she probably wishes that the 4-pin had stayed up.
You know, she looked a little frustrated that last frame when she struck about missing that 10-pin. It definitely looked like she was a little frustrated with herself. But they still got...
It's a little right.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of a little right. Ball leaves 10-pin. Seems to happen a lot here. It's the last couple of days in this tournament.
Is this the first tournament from start to finish to be conducted at Bowling ITRC?
First like open tournament like this. Yeah, there's been some college tournaments here. We've had like Team USA Pan Am trials here, which was just for Team USA members. So there have been some tournaments here, but this is like the first real open field kind of
So
tournament.
in the past, we've had the, Queens finals here.
Yep.
But the tournament itself was conducted at AMF Euless.
Yeah, most of the tournaments are too big to be conducted here because we only have the 16 lanes.
Right.
But we have like the Prairie View A&M Invitational is here in February. It was here last year, or earlier this year, and it has, I think they had like 14 teams, and
cool.
So it's pretty cool. Yeah, this is the first like open field tournament. It's a good shot by Dana.
Those two players definitely, Dana knowing that she needs to stay strong here and still throw some strikes.
Big shot here for Tish. She can throw a double and start to build on a lead.
She likes it. Pretty good.
Nice.
Making a pretty good ball change there.
Robin Romeo is going to get knocked out here in this round. Robin's going to bow out. She won the Triple Crown special event last night for $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Yeah. She won't go away empty-handed this week, that's for sure. And she'll get a prize check for making it this far as well.
That's got a hook. Leaving a bucket.
A couple shots in a row. She's come up light on that left lane. So Dana's going to need to make an adjustment, I think.
And Tish throwing the 3-bagger. Definitely, not out of the woods, though. Lil's, she's got a strike up there.
Yeah, it looks like about a 30-pin lead or so for Tish, somewhere around there.
I can't see the name on that.
Need some glasses?
On the top question there.
It's S. Snooter.
S.
Snooter.
Snooter? Well, Snooter, I think your first trip needs to be to your local pro shop.
Looks like a pretty in-depth question there.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're looking to upgrade there and get into something performance or high performance, visit your local pro shop and have them come down a lane and take a look at your game, and then go from there. That's going to be the best way to address that.
Yeah, I never have a bowling ball drilled by somebody who has not seen me bowl. I usually like to have somebody who I know has seen me bowl and knows how my rotation, my access, my tilt, all that stuff is, so they can match me up with something.
Very
good
important,
drilling.
To get you want to have someone locate your positive axis point or your axis. That's basically like your fingerprint, but for the way that you deliver the ball. And with these high performance weight blocks, where that pin is located from your axis is extremely important. So it's definitely worth the investment there to get that looked at.
Well, after throwing 6 strikes in a row between these 2 games, Shar has left a couple of single pins in a row now. But Dana missed that bucket in the 4th, so things have tightened up here.
And Lily
Quite a
got a double, but 9 spare there, so she is up by 8 overall, but she is trailing this game currently.
And Shar has pulled to within, I think, 17 pins or so
Whoa.
against Dana Miller-Mackey. And Tish just missed the head pin left, huh?
Yes.
On a 3-bagger. That was a shot that she could have struck on the next 2 and really start to put it
would've
away.
been- Yep.
And by the way, the other match is over quick. Christy Witcher moves on, knocks out Robin Romeo from the tournament. Just another
Still a great
update.
tournament for Robin, and winning the Triple Crown. I believe that's the first year that's been done.
Yep, and it
So,
will be back next year.
Very neat. It's a great tournament for her.
And Shar suddenly has kind of cooled off a little bit
Losing
here.
some steam there.
Yep.
She's up by 20 for the game. But,
Down by 19 overall.
Yep, down 19 overall. Tish picked up that spare. 136. Boy, calling the left-handed is really
It's it'll mess with your head sometimes.
especially bowling all weekend. And
I know.
I left with plenty of designs, and seeing them from that end is even weirder. Great shot by Tish, though, to come back and put one high flush.
It looks like Tish is up 22 pins in the match with 2.5 frames to go.
I really like the way Witcher bowled this. She just approached this match real aggressive, and
Yeah,
she,
against Robin Romeo.
Yep, she did not give away the pocket and went for it. So great bowling by Witcher.
10 pin for Johnson, so
Looked like she almost was going to trip that 10.
it's kind of running out of frames here. She's down
Yeah.
almost 30 pins, something like that.
She's going to have to strike out here in the 9th and 10th for, I believe, 204. And then she's got to get some help.
Yeah,
If
because
Tish
if she shoots
stays-
204, then Tish would only need to shoot 213 to win.
Right now, Tish is ahead in count. She's
Yeah.
she's working on 215 if she spare strikes. Big shot for Dana here. She's getting up in the 6th, looking to turn this into a double.
Again, she is ahead by 19 pins with 5 frames to go.
Oh, what an adjustment.
Yep.
Well, that was a lane she came in light on twice, and looked like she got that one going up the lane a little bit more, maybe a little bit softer.
Now she's up 29. I looked over. I'm like, "Whoa, hey, there's more people bowling all of a sudden." They got some warm up over
our
there.
other players are starting to warm up over there. Of Dugan and Jones.
Well, both Johnson and Hamill going at the same time here. We'll keep it on Hamill. It's a good shot.
Great shot by Hamill. That match isn't over yet.
No, she's down 29, but can cut it back to 19 if she strikes on her next one. Tish is up with a chance to
If she throws
double
this,
here in the 9th.
if she throws this strike here, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, it's going to be.
A little bit
Good.
softer.
Yep, that's
Pretty
look like
good.
it'd be good news for Tish right
Yep.
there. That's a double heading into the 10th, and she won't have too much work to do.
And she still needs count.
Yep.
I think if she goes 9 out, we might have a tie, but I don't really think.
What can she shoot this game? 245.
She's got 245.
So 9 out would be in the 220s. So I think she's all right.
And Shar coming with a double. So
Yeah, it's a big double, cuts it back to 19.
my negotiations here have fallen flat with Norm Duke. I had a little conversation, and he's quit texting me, so I might be still looking for a team. And Tish is
that'll
going
lock
to
it up
advance
for
down
sure.
there. Yep.
So Tish will knock out Lilia Johnson.
Makes a great ball change there to that berserk for 240. Well, 240 possible.
Big shot for Dana Miller-Mackey, looking for 3 in a row. Flat 10, or flat 7. See, I tell you, it messes you up.
It's contagious.
Flat 7 for
Yeah, that was
Dana.
her That was a lane she's been a little bit stronger on, too. Dana picking up that 7-pin.
Let's see here. 18-pin lead for Dana Miller-Mackey with 3 frames to go.
How often do bowling alleys, well, bowling centers replace pins? This depends on the center. There's no,
Depends on how much use they get.
yeah. There's no rule or regulation that says they have to be new every season. But I would say probably at the beginning of the season, the league season, they might replace them. I don't know the exact number, but I think it's an interesting stat. Is it every 6 weeks or every 8 weeks at the Open Championships they put in a new set of pins?
It's pretty often, yeah.
It's kind of mind-blowing when you think about it.
Because there's so much.
There's so many
So much
games
play,
being bowled,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, this is a big opportunity for Shar right here.
It
He's
is,
working on a double.
How's that shot look?
Needs to hook. Oh, no, look
There
at
you
that. Came in a little light, mixed him up for the strike. That was pretty huge right there.
I think this is too where they're going to be.
Cuts it to 9, I think.
You're at the end of the match
Or 8.
here. You're still going to be pretty relaxed because you know you're on the show.
Yep.
So this is where it's just kind of let it be. Go have some fun.
Heck of a comeback here for Shar, though, to even get in this match after the way she bowled in game 2, only shooting 160. And if I'm not mistaken, if she strikes here, she'll take the lead.
Yep.
Great shot.
That is a great shot.
Yep. She got it together here, that's for sure. She desperately wants that top seed for the
She
show.
does. She wants to just bowl one game tomorrow.
She wants to have her picture on bowl.com tonight.
She wants to win that free pizza for striking out.
It's another big shot here for Dana Miller-Mackey. 9th frame working on a strike.
Just left a flat 7 on this lane.
She can take the lead back if she strikes.
Looks like it's going to be a little higher.
She got a handful of that
Yeah,
one.
she did.
She wasn't going to flat 10 that time. She got a mitt full. So we've got 1 frame left. And it's an 8-pin lead for
She's taking a
Miller-Mackey.
re-rack there on
Yep.
lane 11.
Classic veteran move right there.
Icing him. She's going to ice her competition right there. She could strike out for 225. Shar with a possible 256.
Yeah, so Dana can shut her out.
Yep. But needs to throw this first one.
Oh, carry the 5-10. Yikes.
It's a good re-rack.
A great break.
She still needs this one though, right? So that puts her in the 2 teens.
Yeah.
So she still needs this one to.
She strikes here. She'll be in the 220s. Strikes out for 225. She had a 39-pin lead coming into this game. So, yeah, I think she needs this one for the shutout. And then she should be pretty good.
That's right.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why she's in the Hall of Fame
Yeah,
right there.
there's your top seed.
Yeah, and she's the top seed.
What a great match, though, coming down to the end there.
It did, yeah. Shar made a great comeback
Up
to try
by
to
39.
Yeah.
Still had to double in the 10th to shut out Shar.
just needs a couple of pins to count here.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a problem.
No, it can be a problem at all.
There it is. Dana Miller-Mackey is your top seed for the Stepladder Finals tomorrow here at the Senior Queens. And she did it by shooting only 605, low of the day for her.
By 70.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So a great win for Dana Miller-Mackey. It came down to the final couple of frames here, and a great effort by Shar Hamill to get back in this thing, but she's going to come up just short.
So our next match, we're going to have Anne-Marie.
Yeah, Anne-Marie versus Christy Witcher. Tish Johnson versus Carol Jones.
You know she's going to strike out, too.
Yeah.
Let's
Strike out for 697 or 597 and lose by 3.
Yeah.
Brutal.
bowling 250 her last
Yep.
game.
She'll be kicking herself that she didn't make that move a little sooner.
Although, like you said, she's just going to have to use that experience for tomorrow and come back and remember that move that she made or that hand position adjustment and just go from there. Definitely can't beat herself up over it.
Cross is over.
Of course they all fall down now.
So Dana Miller-Mackey, the number 1 seed, and Shar Hamill will be the number 2 seed. And we've got one more round coming up next to determine the 3 and 4 seeds here in just a couple of minutes. Here's the final shot. And of course, she strikes out, shoots 256
The last
and
7.
605 to 597. Dana Miller-Mackey wins by 8.
Pretty close.
Had to be pretty close,
Yep.
yeah. So Dana's the top seed, and Shar will be number 2. And we will step away for just a couple of minutes while we get geared up for the next round. You going to stick around, Tyler?
Sure.
Absolutely, great. Love it.
Cool.
We'll see everybody back here in just a couple of minutes once they get started with practice.
All right.
First game. First time this week. I couldn't use it any other time.
They're warming up for their match.
Ladies and gents, I get a 2-minute warning here before I get our next round of matches started. We do have one final elimination bracket round. In a couple minutes, we'll get that started. We have Christy Witcher versus Anne-Marie Dugan on lanes 5 and 6. And Carol Jones and Tish Johnson on 9 and 10. And those two matches will determine our 3rd and 4th seeds for tomorrow's Stepladder finals. But the top 2 seeds has been decided. Dana Miller-Mackey will be our top seed going into tomorrow's finals with a 605 to 597 win over Shar Hamill will fill in the number 2 seed on tomorrow's live streaming Stepladder finals.
Have been. You're not driving, you're out.
I know Matt actually made
All right, 4 final remaining bowlers in our elimination bracket. We're getting ready to go here. Your lanes are going to come on. We're going to give you 5 minutes of warm up on your pair. 5 minutes.
in our bedroom next door. There's a bee or wasp. We got down there to go find it. Like it was just sitting somewhere. But all of a sudden, I found it and I went and hid in the garage. Like hearing out of the garage. I'm like, he's like, no, it's not. It's right here. I said, oh, well then there's still one. But he moved the chair.
That might have been better the elimination. Somebody else might have had a chance.
I'm calling him to snap the towel on. No, I'm gonna miss.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just gonna run after him.
Making them look easy and everybody
I
else.
stung one and I went and I grabbed it. I kept some Shannon's milk. She had like a magazine or something. Started beating on my phone. Because first of all, I can see the message. It's huge. It is all your friends, and if you don't do something about it, like now, block the person. I looked around. I can't find anything.
That's one thing for
Not unless it's like inside the vent.
This one's already coming out since where it was.
Nothing is out of the vent yet, so.
I looked over like,
Like, there's this one part where it possibly could be stuff coming out of the vent. That's what I'm assuming that's the vent.
yeah. It's the one on the right side of the house, like all the way in the top, all the way on the second floor.
Yeah,
And it looks like it's an air
I'm looking
conditioning.
at the back door, and then the one inside is, yeah, one or two in. Yeah. So I need to, we won't get home until tonight. He won't be able to, he's like, well, I can't look outside and see anything. By the time he gets home, it's already darker.
Or tonight, because it's no.
Definitely.
It's Tuesday, yeah. We're done. It's only 3 matches.
Will you turn that down?
Still on fit.
Turn it all the way to 0. Yeah.
When I looked at it, all the
All right, the two winners of this match will be seated third and fourth in our Stepladder finals based on their match play average throughout the whole course of match play. So let's send them off. These are our last matches. Let's send them off with a round of applause, ladies. Good luck.
All right, we're ready to get started with our final matches of the day to determine the last two spots in the Stepladder finals. Third and fourth seeds on the line here. The losers are out. It's Christy Witcher, who you see there, bowling against Anne-Marie Dugan. And we've also got Carol Jones versus Tish Johnson. Dana Miller-Mackey is the top seed. Shar Hamill, the number 2 seed on the show.
Jones playing a little bit farther inside.
Yeah, and both these matches on the fresh. So we'll see if the scores continue to be a little bit on the lower side.
I would have to imagine Anne-Marie Dugan's going to be a little bit farther left as well.
Yeah, it seems, I've watched her bowl a few times right in front of me here, and sometimes it seems like when she gets going too far left to right that the ball just kind of sails on her a little bit, and so we'll have to see what kind of reaction she has here. She's a little bit up the lane, I guess, on that one.
She
Oh,
cut that
pulled
one
it
short.
over, yeah. That one hooked through the face, though.
We're still keeping our ratio, though, of 50% Hall of Famers.
That's right. And we got one on the show. So, Deanna Miller-Mackey.
Tish Johnson starting out with a early double. She also looks like she's a little bit farther right with her feet, so playing a little bit more inside.
Little loft action there for Carol.
And 10 pin.
Yep.
Anne-Marie Dugan. She got that one a little bit farther right and hung out there a little.
Yeah, I've seen that from her a little bit in her match play. If she just gets a little bit right, it just kind of hangs out there.
Yeah, when Anne-Marie starts bowling really good is after a few games, once they open up a little bit, because she can really create those extreme angles and has the she can hook it, you know.
For sure, yeah.
And she likes to hook it.
That would be in her wheelhouse, I guess, right?
Yep. Sparing the 2-8.
Well, Christy Witcher shot 636 in the last round, so if you're Anne-Marie, you got to be feeling like you got to shoot at least that to win.
Right.
You know, if not more.
And that was, you know, Christy was up, what was it, about 80 pins going to that last game, and had the high game till that last match.
Yeah.
There, but 235, she bowled game 2.
But easily had the highest series of the bowlers in that last round.
So we got a 10 pin and then a 7 pin by Jones.
Meanwhile, Tish has started with a double.
And Tish meeting her opponent at the approach.
So, Tyler, let's hand your headset over to Dana for just a second. We'll do a quick interview with Dana Miller-Mackey. So we got Dana Miller-Mackey here with us, and congratulations on earning the top seed for the show tomorrow. And just tell us, you know, how important was it for you to get that top seed? Only have to bowl one match now tomorrow on the show to win the title.
Well, for me, it's huge. You know, so many times in the past in Queens, I've come up from the bottom or come through the losers bracket more times than probably being the top seed. And top seed is great. I mean, you still got to get out there and bowl your game, but. Char's a fine bowler. We didn't have our finest hour there in the last match, you know, but it is what it is. So I was very happy to win and very, very happy, thrilled, blessed to be top seed.
And it's been a good week for you. Shot the 300 earlier today, so you seem to have some confidence, I guess.
Yeah, that was great. I was throwing it a little bit better than the last match. I had a little trouble sliding, so when you don't slide or you stick, you go around it with your elbow, which is frustrating. But, you know, everybody's got that issue, so you just got to deal with it, move back, you know, do something. So I was fortunate to get out of that, but I'm very thrilled to be the top seed. This is the only major I haven't won, so really like to win it, yeah.
And you've bowled the Senior Queens a couple of times before, and just kind of come up short. And
short.
Yeah, you made it pretty far. And so, what are your thoughts on trying to seal the deal tomorrow?
Well, it comes down to you got to bowl the lane. You got to make good shots. I got to make better shots than I did in that final match. So I've got to remember the fundamentals that got me to have the good sets and try to get back into that groove.
And just talk about the field here this week. It's a pretty strong field. There's only 56 bowlers, but is it one of the strongest overall fields that you've seen in the Senior Queens?
It is, because the young ones are there. You know, the young ones are starting to infiltrate. And, you know, the ones that have been here are all getting training, getting better at their games. So it's a very strong field. You can't really judge by numbers. There's plenty of good bowlers. In this format particularly, you can get knocked out, and you know that from bowling great. Maybe the person to the left or right of you didn't bowl as great, but they get by their match, so it's who you draw when and how whether they're bowling well or not. This format is particularly tough to get to the top.
Well, Dana, congratulations on a great day. Congrats on the 300 game,
Thanks so
and
much.
good luck
Thanks.
tomorrow. I know you've had a long day, so we won't
Thanks.
keep you, but get
Thank
some
you.
rest and enjoy it while you
Thanks.
can until tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Dana. Dana Miller-Mackey, our top seed for the show tomorrow. So congratulations to her on having a great week so far, but still some unfinished business for Dana Miller-Mackey. And Tyler Jensen back with us. Thanks for giving up the headset for
No
a second,
problem.
Tyler.
We can share.
Hear from
I was watching Anne-Marie there, and she's in trouble there, Lucas. She's got a couple 6 counts and some splits. Really having a hard time figuring out how to get the ball to the pocket.
Christie with a 2-4-10 on that left lane.
Tish Johnson looking for her second double of the match. Gets it.
Yeah, so
she's hooking it a little bit more than before.
Tish is wheeling it.
She is. She told me when she changed balls to the Berserk, that's the first game that she's bowled with at this tournament.
Wow. It's a pretty gutsy move to go to a ball you haven't thrown the whole tournament.
That's kind of what I said.
In a
She
game
said
you need.
she knows that.
She doesn't care.
I said,
She's used to it.
Yeah. What made you pick that ball? She said, I knew it was going to work. Gotta love it.
Got to have confidence
She's
in
got
your
that one
equipment.
left.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty fortunate to leave a 3-pin.
Well, Anne-Marie Dugan struggled a little bit in the last round. Shot 600, which, it's kind of it was her low set of the matches, and she didn't look very comfortable in her loss a couple of rounds ago, and does not look very comfortable here in this one, but she's lucky that Christy Witcher's not really running away from her.
Right. Yeah, Christy just, had the split as well after the double, and Anne-Marie leaving another 6-count split. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. They've all been different splits.
She's down 30. I should say she's only down 30, and she's thrown 3 opens in a row.
Yeah, working on the.
That's it could be a lot worse for Anne-Marie. And here's Carol Jones, who opened in the 5th, and she finds herself down 30 pins. I saw Eric Pearson in between rounds there, and he's the tournament director and guy who's in charge of the pattern. And I said, man, scores were low, Eric. I said, what happened? He goes, they all asked me the same thing. I'm like, we put the same thing out we put out all week. He's like, it's not any different.
Yeah, it's just funny, they can just play a little bit different. Might have been a little cooler in the building, That can also.
Well, everybody left for lunch.
Yeah.
And so, and the lanes may have, I don't know how long they sat before they got bowled on.
Right.
I think they oiled them pretty quick and probably sat for about a half an hour before we got started.
Well, I definitely think you'll see today this last match, they were tighter. And
Yeah.
so anytime, if we want higher scores, we need friction. And we didn't have that friction the last
Especially
set.
if you bowl like me. I need all the help I can get.
You're not alone there, buddy. There's Jones getting a strike there.
Yep, still down by 30. Again, 3-game total pinfall matches is what we continue with here. This is the last round of that format. Tomorrow we'll go to the Stepladder. It's just 1 game.
And Anne-Marie getting her first strike. Probably a big relief there. It's a better shot from Tish. More.
Yeah,
It's not so far left.
Well, we only had, I think, 2 lefties that made match play, and one of them is the top seed, and Tish still has a chance to make the show.
And
So.
Tish is still striking.
Christie's pretty quick up on the approach too, isn't she?
Yeah, we're this is gonna be pretty fast.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to be on our
there's a-
game right here.
Yeah, if there was a Christie versus Tish match, it'd be over in about 10 minutes.
Be so fast we couldn't even stream it.
Be hard to keep up with, for sure. It's hard enough to keep up with both of these two when they're up at the same time because they go so fast. Tish with a double, so she's
I've,
now at 40.
I've worked a lot with Tish, and just from in the past years, this might be some of the best I've seen her throw it. She is really rolling the ball, and her hand's in the right spot. She looks really good out there.
Yeah, she's looking good today. It seemed like she was a little streaky during qualifying.
What?
You know, sometimes she does that, you know. She gets into a little bit of a funk sometimes. Joined here momentarily by Barbara Chrisman. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's great to be here at the Senior Queens in beautiful Arlington, Texas at the ITRC Training Center. It's a great venue, and the feedback I've gotten from the bowlers has been extremely positive, and so it's just good to see all these ladies again after I used to kind of go out and hang with them on the PWBA tour, and it's kind of like homecoming.
Of course, you and your husband own Storm, and we at USBC certainly appreciate sponsorship of the Senior Queens, and I know that all of the competitors also appreciate it, so thank you from all of us here, and they definitely appreciate the fact that Storm is willing to step up and sponsor senior women's bowling, because they don't have a lot of events, so they do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you. Actually, we started sponsoring the Senior Queens from its inception in 2000, when it was the first one ever, and Rose Smith won, and it was just a great, it's a great venue. You know, sometimes you just got to do what is right for bowling in the long term. You want to be able to be here, you know, as a company. Of course, though, especially being a woman and being an owner of a company, it's really kind of cool to, you know, be able to make those decisions. And I don't always have to worry about what the return on investment or the profitability will be. It can just be, sometimes it's just the right thing to do.
Tish misses the single pin there. Not good for business there.
No.
But she'll try to rebound from that. But Carol Jones has thrown a few strikes at her, and Storm is a great sponsor of many women's tournaments, youth tournaments, and has really established itself as truly the bowlers' company, because it's bowlers who are in the company, who run the company, who are the company, and really are in touch with all of the bowlers out there. And I think that's something you guys take pride in.
Well, I've bowled or had a card of some sort since I was 11 years old, and I'm not going to tell you how many years that's been. But we've, my husband and I were both bowlers. We kind of started this in our backyard, and when we were first making bowling balls and we were trying to build weight blocks, one time I went to put away the dinner for night, and I went to find my Tupperware bowls, or my plastic bowls. I'm going, where are they? And Bill said, I kind of used them for some weight blocks.
That's awesome.
So we've really come a long way, but our love is for bowling and always what's going to be best, not right now, but in 2 years and 10 years, and the legacy of all the guys that are coming up, men and women, so.
Well, again, we certainly appreciate all of the support that Storm provides to USBC events, and certainly without you guys, we wouldn't necessarily be able to put on some of these events, so we definitely appreciate it. And
well, you're so welcome, and I'm glad that the bowlers are able to come out and support it, and hopefully we'll get a few more. I'm actually going to bowl in it next year.
I was going to ask you that. That was my next question. Why aren't you bowling in it?
Well, because I'm 150 average. No,
I think that you got some pretty good coaches over at Storm who could probably help you tune up a little bit before next year's Senior Queens, right?
So that's my commitment. I'm going to bowl in at least the Golden Ladies and the Senior Queens, and I don't think I'm Triple Crown material, but it was a really nice inaugural event that we had last night, and I really appreciate the Orleans and Mike Kaufman stepping up and doing a sponsorship for that. I think that I'm going to go applaud for some of the lady bowlers, and I'll turn it back over to my color commentator, my colleague Tyler here. But thanks so much for allowing me to visit with you guys. And, you know, bowling's going. I got to shut up.
Thanks for stepping in, Barbara.
Bye.
Barbara Chrisman, one of the owners of Storm Bowling Products. Tyler, something tells me she might smack you later for making her put on the headset, right?
You know, I just when you're around the Chrismans, it's fun. You know, they
great people.
There's always a story. Like I have not heard the Tupperware story before, so but that's the truth. I mean, they created this bowling ball company out of their garage, so it's always cool. It's fun. So we got
some close ones here. 211 to
Tish there at the
Tish
end?
211, 205. She leads by 6 after a disaster 9th and 10th frames.
Missed the 2-pin.
Yeah,
And
not
then
good.
threw it right out the window in the 9th frame and the 10th frame on lane 9.
Meanwhile, Anne-Marie strikes out in the 9th and the 10th for 188, and so that kind of saves things for her. Christy Witcher is going to shoot 197 here and have a 9-pin lead. That could have been a lot worse for Anne-Marie, the way it was going at half that game.
If you would have told Anne-Marie in the 5th frame that she was going to bowl 188, she would have called you a liar. She's probably pretty fortunate.
She threw 6 of the last 7, so
pretty good.
Bodes well for the start of the next game, hopefully for Anne-Marie. Christy with the strike on the fill. So a couple of close matches right here so far. That's good. We like when they're close. It's a little more exciting.
You know, Tish really just needs to step back here and I think just get refocused.
Yeah, Tish is very fast on the approach, and there are some times when I think that she could benefit from taking a step back and taking a breath and, collecting herself.
I definitely don't think it's nerves, but I think once she missed that 2-pin, it's more she's frustrated herself that she can't believe she did that. So this her sitting down here is going to be pretty good. Anne-Marie's still striking.
So it looks like she's got it figured out now.
She's throwing a lucid that I brought her on Friday.
Wow,
so
look at
I think
that.
big
Where's
props,
mine?
maybe 10% of the prize fund or something,
Yeah,
20%.
exactly.
Would that be standard?
Maybe 1%.
1%.
1% delivery fee.
I'm working for Lucas.
I don't know. Did you map it out for her? Did you lay it out for her? Or?
Anne-Marie has her own pro shop.
She knows what she's doing. But I say you might be getting an extra point or two if you had laid it out for her.
I carried it in. That was my job. I brought it in.
That's worth 1%. Yeah. It's worth about $50.
So Jones looking for a double here, down by 6. A little bit farther left than players we saw earlier.
Should take the lead here if she strikes. That's not going to climb the...
That one didn't pick up at all.
No. And I wonder if it's because she's lofting it. She needs to get the ball to read a little sooner, I think.
Right. Yep, that lofting, it's delaying the reaction.
Look at me talking like I know something. How about that?
All these tournament hours you've logged. I mean,
exactly
you're bound
right.
to learn something.
I'm a bronze level coach, by the way.
Are you? Congratulations.
That's right. I got that like 6 years ago. I don't think I've coached a day since. See if
shooting the 2-7.
Yeah.
Oh, just cut it a little too high.
She went right in between where she needed to be for that. Either right or left of that, she probably would have made it. But look at this. It's a little off-balance shot here.
You know, I don't know. We're in Arlington here, and it's actually it almost feels like there's a storm coming in. I don't know if you got to go outside, but
it's going to stay a little westy here, I think. But
the humidity definitely is rising, and
agreed.
The players have definitely been checking the approach more and more, so it might be they might be getting a little bit more tacky.
I don't know if it rained outside or not.
I'm not sure,
but definitely was some clouds out there and there's a front or something moving in, and it's a good observation. It could be some humidity that's causing some approach
How
problems.
about that's fair?
Tish makes the washout.
Plus the 10-pin.
Yeah, that was a heck of a mess of a washout right there.
Anne-Marie is just, from that 6th frame on, she's on fire. Love my lucid, they say. Well, Tish switched balls to that berserk that she went to that bailed her out the last match and went a little bit long that time.
She's still up by 11 here in the third frame of game 2. So Tish Johnson up 11 overall. And Anne-Marie has doubled here to start this game to take the lead.
See what,
now 3 in a row.
Notice Anne-Marie, she looks like she's moved about 10 boards to the left from where we first saw her start.
Yeah.
And she just started striking.
Certainly has found something that she likes. She threw, what was it, 6 out of 7 to close the last game, and now 3, so that's 9 out of 10 strikes for Anne-Marie, dating back to the halfway
not
point of
only
game
are
1.
you a coach, you are a math wizard. You
Yeah,
are just
right.
a man of many.
Witcher hasn't struck here this game yet through 3 frames.
And you know, one of the things I think that's going to come into play there is Witcher going a little bit straighter and firmer. She's going to open up that lane for Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's just going to be able to throw it farther and farther to the right and have it hook back more and more.
Witcher now down 11 here in the third frame of game 2. Both matches about the same, about 11-pin lead for Anne-Marie Dugan and about 11-pin lead for Tish Johnson at about the same stage. They are pretty much on pace with each other. Third frame wrapping up in game 2. As Carol makes the spare to wrap up the third frame. Christie's got very fast feet.
Yeah, leaving an A. Terrible
A10
break there.
Yeah.
She looks a little bit more timid than we saw. You know, when we saw it previous match of her bowling, she just was kind of going for it and
she was real aggressive and
yeah. Her ball speed looked a little firmer. She looks a little bit more like she's trying to place it now.
Yeah.
There's got to be some pressure too when Anne-Marie just starts striking like that.
It'll make you second guess everything. Carol with a strike
shot
in
by
the
Carol.
fourth. Let's see if Anne-Marie can keep it going. Still throwing a lucid, it looks like.
Yep. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
It's looking pretty solid right now. Bowler of her caliber, and they get dialed in. She could strike for a while.
Tish switching balls again. Looked like she switched to a modern marvel, something that's was going to pick up a little bit sooner than the balls that she was throwing. And looked to be the answer for that right lane at least.
Anne-Marie with the front 4. Looked a little wide, but look at that.
And that she's got left and right.
That's trouble for Christy Witcher.
That shot on 6 was a little bit to the left, and it held.
It's a good shot by Tish. Leaves the 7. Yeah, Christy's got to be a little nervous right now.
Yeah, I think she's probably knowing that she's in a little bit of trouble. Just got a little, looks a little tense.
She's not making bad shots, but
not as free and aggressive as she was, though. Tish sparing the 7-pin. Tish is going for a walk.
She's going to get her accessory bag or something, it looks like.
Looks like, yeah, she's grabbing her accessory bag.
Maybe she needs some tape or something. Christy makes the spare in the 5th, and, well, quite honestly, she's in some trouble. She's down more than 40 pins now at this point.
And
with
Anne-Marie's
half the
not
match to
slowing
go.
down either.
Yep. Carol doubles to get to within a pin or 2, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, gets to within 1 with that double. As both matches are at the halfway point.
We thought Tish was going to be putting in, but
Yeah.
she's taking out.
She's working on that thumb hole over there.
She mentioned to me that just last week she changed her pitches, and
It's a big change to make going
Yeah.
into a big tournament.
She said she had felt really comfortable with this new fit, but the thumb holes were a little bit tight, and she was going to work them out when she got here. Looks like she just had to use a ball scraper there and take a little bit more out.
Well, the light mixer takes the
Wow.
lead. It's up 9.
For the 3-bagger.
Yeah, so Carol Jones goes up by 9. And Marie Dugan still leads by 40-plus pins.
Oh,
Before you know it, Tish is bowling.
look at that. Tish came out of that much faster.
Yeah.
You know, that came off her hand much quicker.
Left the 10 pin on that shot. Here's Anne Marie.
Perfect.
Wow. That is good stuff right there. That's 12 out of 13 strikes.
Anne Marie said she got some good practice last week in her coffee and donut league on Wednesday morning. She bowled 794.
That's pretty awesome.
She made the 500 club, the 600 club, and the 700 club, she said, all in one day. She was pretty happy.
Let's see if she can make the 7 in a row club here with another strike. Uh-oh.
Leaves a 10.
It's almost a 7-10.
Yep.
I think she'll be happy with it. That's a good 10 right there.
That was a good 10.
It's a good 10.
Good shot by Tish, too.
A little love on the 6.
Oh.
Oh, look at it go. That was awesome.
Thumbs up.
Weebles wobble, but sometimes they do fall down.
She got a break, she said.
Anne Marie makes her spare.
Anne Marie, 279 pace.
Yep. She can keep it going. Big shot here for Carol Jones. He's working on 3 in a row.
Trying to fend off Tish here.
She can go up by 11 if she strikes again.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
4-5.
It's a good shot by Christy.
That was a great shot.
Yep.
She knows, in this format, you gotta get all the pins you can. Even though you're losing by 65, she could turn around the next game.
Yeah, she's down 65 this game and down 57 overall, 56 overall.
Almost a great shot.
Almost got it. These are big shots here for Christy, though. Anytime she gets a strike to try to put it double together.
She liked it too. Kept her balance.
Mm-hmm. That was a good shot. That helps, that
She can
drops it
strike
down to
out for
40s.
224.
Yeah. Got to try to at least keep it manageable. That's the goal right now this game for Christy, I think. Just hope that Anne-Marie cools off a little bit and Christy can get something going. It won't be too bad. There's Carol. You notice how Tish is right up there anticipating.
She's going to meet her at the approach right here.
Tish doesn't mess around.
She's going to high five, and then her hand's going in the bowling ball.
That's exactly what happened. That one looked like it was a little right for Anne-Marie, and it still gets the 10 out.
Anne-Marie, you called it earlier, she's in her wheelhouse.
Yep.
She is just where she wants to be.
It's a good shot.
So there's some good shots by Tish.
Yeah, she's getting out of it pretty clean now. She made that adjustment to the thumb hole.
She regrouped. Maybe that walk was pretty good.
Yeah.
She quit thinking about missing that 2-pin.
Ninth frame for Anne-Marie. Working on a strike. Yep, turns it into a double.
The funny thing with Tish is win or lose this match, when she's done, the first thing she's going to say is, "Can you believe I missed that dang 2-pin?" It'll be the first thing out of her mouth.
Well, that was not a very good shot right there. 2-4-7-8.
Ooh, good call.
Thanks. Think about that one. Christy trying to get 3 in a row.
You have a newfound respect for Randy Peterson.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think there are too many lefties making the shows these days on the PBA Tour anyway, so
I'm not going to comment on that there, Lucas.
I can say that. You can't.
So Tish making that, even though it's on the left side, that spare's just as difficult as a 3, 6, 9, 10.
Absolutely, yep. Let's see if Christy can keep it going. This is a big 10th frame for her.
Big 9th frame, too, you know, set it up. Oh. 5,
Leaves
7,
at
and
7, yep.
5 just barely falls out.
So now she's looking at 203 max, and Anne-Marie can shoot 279, and Christy's going to be in some trouble.
Go up by 60.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
24810 in the 9th frame. This one was pretty close until that shot. This is makeable, but difficult. Christy makes her spare. She's going to have to hope that Anne-Marie doesn't step up and throw a double in the 10th frame.
Yeah, it's going to be trouble there. You know,
Well,
Anne-Marie's, her reaction doesn't look like it's going away either.
Looks good. Got to hook this one across slide it over. Let's see if she'll give it a run here. Just didn't quite get it far enough left. It's an open frame for Carol Jones.
So max score of 192. Tish can strike out for 208.
And it was a 6-pin lead for Tish coming into this game.
And like we said, Anne-Marie working front 6 and a 10-pin, and now spares that for a double.
Yep, so max score 279 here for Anne-Marie.
That looked pretty good.
She strikes out. She will be up by 70 going into the last game. And with her ball reaction and the way she's throwing it, that looks like it might be impossible to beat at this stage. Carol leaves the 5. Want to remind everybody that our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the Stepladder Finals of the Senior Queens will start tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to tune in. And also, we're doing a giveaway for 2 Storm bowling balls of your choice. Just go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, to enter that giveaway. Look at the status update that let you know we were live for this round. And first comment will have the link to that giveaway for you. So check it out and get entered to win 2 Storm bowling balls. And Tyler recommends the Lucid and the IQ Tour, I believe.
There you go. Definitely a Lucid. Drilled just like Anne-Marie Dugan.
Yeah, exactly. It's working pretty good, isn't it? Fill ball here for Anne-Marie.
Fill ball for...
Finish up that 279 game, and 278.
Leaves
Great
a 7
game.
and a 10.
Yeah. Great game, 466 to 397. Anne-Marie leads by 69 pins. Ball change there for Carolyn. It did not look very good.
No.
She kind of yanked it inside a little bit too, it looked like.
That could go and put theories in your... put hole in your theory there about changing on the fill ball.
Yeah, she lost 5. Well, she needed to do something because 180s aren't going to win.
Right. Yeah, that's
And
true.
it looked like she kind of tugged it a little bit. She might want to take that ball and put it back in the bag. Tish.
Rubbing that forehead.
Tish is talking. Tish going to shoot 197 if she picks up the spare and strikes here. And if she does that, she'll have a 26-pin lead going into the last game.
She got that one. Yeah, sending it home. Yeah,
Clean game for
3.
Tish this time, after missing that single pin in the last game. Well, yeah, they've already started game 3 down there. Anne-Marie Dugan and Christy Witcher. Christy with a spare to start. Anne-Marie up 69 coming into this game.
Looked like Anne-Marie just creeped a little bit left, and she's just going to probably keep doing that.
I don't really see any scenario here where this thing changes at all.
No.
The way things are shaping up.
Tish with a 197 to 177. So we've got a 408 for Tish Johnson, leading by 16. Excuse me, 26. Right in front of me, too.
Yep. 408 to 382. It's 26 pins. Well, that might be the only thing that slows down Anne Marie.
Yeah, it's carry.
Carry. Because I don't think she's going to miss the pocket anymore.
A week
She hasn't
in
missed
there.
the pocket since the 5th frame of the first game.
Right.
If I remember right.
Yeah, she had the 3 splits in a row, and then.
And since then, she's had 4 single pins and the rest strikes.
Anne Marie running that spare down. Look at Tish. She's up there just waiting.
Yeah, she is. Let's see what Christy does here in the second.
That looks pretty good.
Yep, she's going to need a lot of those for sure.
She might, yeah. Might need them all.
It's true. Trouble here. Carol
Looked like
misses
she
it.
lost that right off her hand.
About halfway down the lane, you knew
Yep.
it was headed toward Nowheresville.
Yeah, she's coming back saying she lost it right off her thumb.
I think it's funny. Tish bowls before the rack is set on the left lane. Cracks me up. And that ball did not come off her hand very good.
No, she missed way left.
Yep. Oh, nice.
Little trip 4. Still got some fight in her.
She's trying to hang in there.
Yep.
She's going to need some help, but all you can do is throw strikes and hope.
Tish picking up the 3-6.
Again, Anne Marie up by 57 at this stage. Well,
That one looked a little soft.
yeah, it did. First time she's missed the pocket in a game and a half.
She's got to make sure she stays focused with this, you know. So. Tish Johnson getting another break.
Tish is looking pretty good right now, up by about 38 pins.
Anne Marie converting the 6-10. She didn't look too confident there.
No. She's missed some spares today. She's missed a few makeables, and so nothing a gimme. Now it's way in.
Just having a hard time finding that line.
Yeah.
Needs to get it together quick here.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
Well, that ball is starting to look like it lost a little bit of energy towards the end there.
Getting a little tired down
yeah,
there.
it's getting a little tired, so you might want to keep an eye on that reaction. Although knowing Anne Marie, she'll just catch it a little more.
Yeah, she'll just hit it hard.
Yeah. Make it do what she wants to do. But there's a couple of big shots here for Christy Witcher because she's not out of it yet.
No, definitely.
She does a couple of strikes here. She's within 30 or so.
Yeah,
30 or
pressure
40.
comes back on, and you know, you never know. That looked
Oh,
good.
she knows it too. Look at her run it out.
Caroline switching balls here on lane 9. She was using a high road. Now that ball's just about ready to turn 4. She's having a hard time just getting it, you know, moves a little left and it's just,
Yeah. Looked like she even lofted it a little more.
yeah.
Christy Witcher's made up a lot of pins already here this game. Trying to pick up some more.
See how Christy looks,
Wow.
she's solid again at the
Yeah,
line.
she is.
She's back to the way she bowled the last match where she's focused.
She
and-
looks aggressive again.
Yeah, intense.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's interesting.
She just was a little too timid there to start. She's digging deep too.
Well, she's made up for what, 42 pins this game. So that's down to 27 pin lead for Anne Marie Dugan. She can push it back to 37 if she strikes right here.
That looked better by Anne Marie. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was much better. Maybe a little bit farther left with her feet. Like you said, just caught it a little bit more.
Back up to a 37 pin lead though.
Tish leaving another 6-pin. Creeping a little bit high.
Yeah, Tish in pretty good shape. She's up about 50. 7 frames to go. I mean, that can turn around pretty quick, but Carol's ball reaction hasn't looked
It's
very good.
not something you're expecting some strikes from, are you?
Anne-Marie can push that lead back to 47 if she strikes here.
Oh,
Tell you, that left lane looks like it's getting a little tighter down
it is.
lane.
Definitely looks a little tighter, and off her hand, that wasn't her most solid shot.
Yeah,
She
just
almost
not
lost
finishing.
her balance a little bit,
Didn't quite catch it, but
only a 2-pin.
yep.
She didn't split. She's still clean. Much better shot from Tish. Tish is dialed in on that left lane.
And once again, Christie's got an opportunity to make up a few more pins.
Yep.
She can throw a couple more strikes.
She just keeps chipping away at that lead.
Chance to cut it to 36.
Oh.
Yep, came up light.
Yep.
Leaves a 2-pin.
She didn't finish on that one like
No.
she had the past couple.
I think she knew it too when
Yep.
she let it go. Gets a little bit tougher for her now to make the comeback.
She spares this though. She's still looking 259.
Yep. She's made up 22 pins this game, but still down 47. Because remember, she was down 69 coming into this game. So, Christy Witcher down 47 with 4 frames to go. Tish Johnson is up by 50.
Give or
6
take,
frames
yep.
left, yeah. Someone asking if Anne-Marie Dugan's throwing a Storm Lucid. She is. Well, Christy just kind of lost it there.
Yep.
After 1-2 and a 10, it looks like. Is it 10 there or is it the 8 in the back? It's the 8 in the back.
The 8.
You can see it's a 7 count, but I couldn't quite see the pins.
So Anne-Marie basically needs to get up there and fill frames.
Yep.
And she will advance. To the, I guess, 3-4 seed.
Yeah, the 3 and 4 seed determined by highest match play average.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was Tish and Anne-Marie. I would guess that it's Anne-Marie who has the higher average, but not 100% sure on that. We'd have to look back at their scores from earlier today.
Yeah, with the 670 and 700, that's going to pop Anne-Marie up there.
Well, Tish bowled an extra set because Tish lost in the first round. Well, Tish did bowl a 757, so
it's going to be close.
It'll probably be pretty close.
We'll leave
And
that
Anne-Marie
up
only
to
had a
the,
600, so yeah, we'll leave that up to the tournament
Yeah,
officials.
the stats guys.
Either way, they bowl each other in the first round
Right.
anyways, first match anyways, so it doesn't really matter. It's just choice of lane and whether you start or finish. It looks like Tish Johnson pretty much getting into the territory of being locked into the show.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there, Lucas. Same with Anne-Marie.
Yeah. Looks like it's setting up here.
She's down by 20, but she's up by 69.
Yep, so
Believe
49 pin lead with 3 frames to go. Not impossible, but tough for Christy Witcher. Tish with a 247.
Getting soft with it.
Yep.
And that ball just read too soon for her.
Eighth frame for Anne-Marie in this final game.
Looked pretty good. Shot by Anne-Marie. Let's see.
Well, it's shaping up to have 3 out of 4
Yeah,
Hall of Famers on the show.
I'm pretty sure with that strike that locks in Anne Marie.
Yeah.
Should
Christy still has faint hope if she throws a couple of strikes, but
Yeah.
non-strike there really
yeah,
ends
that's
it.
gonna even if Anne Marie opens in the 9th and 10th,
Yeah.
she's gonna be your winner.
And Carol makes a good shot there.
Almost she tickled that 7.
Probably one of the better shots she's made this game. Just doesn't quite carry. The 7s, I'm telling you.
The 7s are tough here.
Gobble you up.
So what do you think Carol needed to do here to get past this? You didn't like the loft she was using from the beginning.
Yeah, it's tough. Just looks like she just doesn't have a very good look inside there, and I don't know how. I mean, at some point I probably would have tried to move right or something and seen what's out there. Maybe she
Right.
didn't practice, I don't know, but either that or get deeper.
Yeah, you
with
wouldn't let
something
me
more.
watch practice.
You could watch practice all you want. Either that or try to get a little deeper with something that's gonna, maybe.
It did. I think you're right. She was kind of stuck in the middle there.
Yeah,
she
she
never
never
go
really
one way or the
yeah.
other.
And when you're getting beat up in a match, you got to make some extreme moves to try to, turn it around. Because otherwise, if you just kind of stay in no man's land, you don't really give yourself a chance.
Right. That one was a little bit farther left.
Yeah.
Better result.
But regardless, a great tournament for both of the players who will lose in this round. Looks like Carol Jones and Christy Witcher are going to get knocked out here, but great tournament to get this far against a real tough field.
Anne Marie just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, she just kind of needs to make a mark. I think one mark in the last couple of frames here should be pretty close to enough. Yeah. Christy can shoot 244.
Which would give her 641.
Yeah, that means Anne Marie would need about 176 or so.
She's there.
And yeah,
Makes
she's
610.
there now.
And
Yep. I don't think she needs to throw another ball.
nope, she's in.
Still has a 10th frame to go, though. And Tish is up by, 36, 50, 62. And now 72.
And adding to it.
Yeah, 72 with 2 frames to go, so.
That's going to be a heck of a first match tomorrow.
It's going to be a heck of a show.
Yeah.
I got 4 of the, probably, I said coming into this week that there was about 7, 8, 9 bowlers that I thought were the top of the field. And I think we got 4 of them on the show.
For sure.
It's going to be Dana Miller-Mackey, number 1 seed, Shar Hamill, the number 2 seed, and then we're not sure what's going to be 3rd or 4th, but Anne-Marie Dugan and Tish Johnson in the 3-4 match. That'll be the first match tomorrow. And you really couldn't.
Good thing Anne-Marie didn't need
I know,
any pins.
right? She just opened.
She's looking at us like, what the heck?
I gave her the thumbs up. She's like, I know. But she looked a little confused as to what happened there. She's up 69 coming in this game, and even if
she can lose by 54.
Yeah, exactly. She can only lose by 54. So
I'm not sure
still
what
a win.
happened on the 2-4-10 though.
It could be that she just didn't want to have to throw another shot or something. Didn't want to make it. It's been a long day.
It has been.
It's been a great day of competition here. Had a 300 from
Saw
Dana.
some great
so,
matches too.
Yeah, had some real tight matches, and the Stepladder is going to be pretty exciting tomorrow.
Saw a great comeback by Shar. Dana.
Yeah, didn't quite get all the way over the
Nope.
hump, but got close. And again, our 4 players for the Stepladder: Dana Miller-Mackey, Shar Hamill, Tish Johnson, and Anne-Marie Dugan. Be sure to tune in 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow for that.
Looks like Anne Marie's got a really good following online there.
Yeah, a lot of people like Anne-Marie. She made the Queen show, I think it was in El Paso a few years ago.
It was in El Paso.
Yeah. That's
2 years ago, right?
yeah, put her over in the, I think it put her over the $1 million in career earnings mark.
Cool.
She made that show. I think Tish is right there with her.
Yeah. Tish is and still striking. She's got a maximum score of 247. Great tournament by Christy, though.
Yeah, very nice. And she loses 656 to 629. So it ends up being probably a little closer than it should have been with Anne-Marie throwing away the 10th frame there. But
Well, that 279 was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
the difference.
That's a big game to throw.
Anne-Marie overcame the terrible start. First 5 frames, basically spotted her 5 frames and still managed to come back and win. She had about what 60 or in the fifth. I think
59 in the fifth.
Yeah, 59 in the fifth.
And we'll have to ask her what looked like she moved a little bit farther left. Kind of curious to see what her move was to take control of that lane.
Just watching the final shots here, and Carol knows it's over, so they're going to bowl simultaneously here. They're going to fast track it to the end.
I think Tish would prefer them to bowl at the same time anyway.
Yeah, probably would.
Tish almost was bowling at the same time.
That is true.
Definitely going to be exciting finals for tomorrow.
Are you going to be out here to watch?
I am. I'm going to come out and watch a little bit. You know,
feel free to sit in with us again if you want.
Yeah, we've got 2 left-handers versus 2 right-handers.
That's right.
Can't get more even than that. We will.
223 for Tish. She shoots 631. And Carol Jones has one more shot to go. But thanks again, Tyler Jensen from Storm, for sitting in. Where can people get more information on some of the Storm stuff that's out there?
They can check out stormbowling.com. We've got great tips and tricks section, I guess you could say. Some really good videos done if you have any questions on anything from bowling ball surface preparation to how to throw a hook ball. So I would check out stormbowling.com.
Great, and be sure to check out bowl.com a little bit later for the recap of today's action. And we will be back here tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the Stepladder Finals. Be sure to tune in for that. But for now, that's all we've got for you here from the USBC Senior Queens. Again, we'll see you back here tomorrow afternoon to find out who won the Senior Queens. For Tyler Jensen, I'm Lucas Wiseman. See you back here tomorrow, folks.